Chapter 2936, Fame Begins to Spread. Chapter 10, Fame Begins to Spread, S-Rank. Mysterious Moon's Nightingale barely managed to keep her HP at 80% even when she's fully equipped in epic equipment. How can a Tier 3 newbie like him take no damage whatsoever? Could he be some super guild's big shot here to experience the life of a newbie? I doubt that's the case. I heard that the various superpowers big shots are currently preparing to go up against the Outer World's apex experts. How would any of them have the time to retrain an account? He must be a superpowers big shot. Otherwise, how can he execute Miracle Dragon's 6 extreme slashes with such proficiency? Shifeng's performance had dumbfounded the spectating players in the hall. Everyone was also curious to find out Shifeng's true identity. They were more interested in his identity than the fact that he had just gotten an S-rank evaluation in the Colosseum's Epic Challenge. However, when Shifeng got teleported out of the arena, he paid no attention to the crowd talking about him. Instead, he calmly made his way to the NPC manager managing his arena to retrieve his rewards. Your performance was outstanding. You are the first to have completed the challenge unharmed in 100 Flow City's Coliseum in the past few decades, the Tier 4 NPC said, a hint of respect appearing in his eyes as he looked at Shifeng. Then, he retrieved an exquisite crystal box from the container beside him and handed it to Shifeng, saying, "Here is your reward. Apart from the demon god's blood necessary to construct an epic mana body, there is also a Colosseum Master's insignia for 100 Flow City inside. From now on, you are a VIP of 100 Flow City, and you will get to enjoy the privileges of a noble in the city." A noble's treatment? Shifeng was slightly surprised when he took out the golden lion insignia from the crystal box. The process of becoming a noble in the miniature ancient world's NPC cities was much more tedious compared to the outside world's NPC cities. The average city here required players to accumulate 500 contribution points through completing quests, and each quest only awarded around 3 to 5 points. Meanwhile, after becoming an NPC city's noble, players could enjoy certain privileges, such as the right to buy land and shops. This privilege was especially important since players without noble status could not purchase lands and shops in the miniature ancient world. This restriction was also why, despite many guilds and adventurer teams entering the miniature ancient world, nobody had managed to acquire any land or shops in 100 Flow City even until now. This saves me a lot of trouble. Shifeng couldn't help but smile when he looked at the Colosseum Master's insignia. In his current state, he would have difficulty competing with the various large guilds for resources even in the newly opened miniature ancient world. After all, there was strength in numbers. The various large guilds also had numerous experts under their command. Meanwhile, if one did not have sufficient resources in God's domain, let alone advancing through the tiers, even leveling up quickly would become a problem. The resources one consumed increased with each subsequent tier they advanced in God's domain. For this reason, most independent experts without powerful backers would choose to join a guild after struggling by themselves for a certain period. Otherwise, they could kiss their progress goodbye. Needless to say, hardly anyone in God's domain would refuse to make progress when given the opportunity. After all, one's status and standing in God's domain would improve dramatically with each tier one ascended. If a player managed to become a Tier 6 God-ranked expert, they could receive VIP treatment from even world-class corporations in the real world. In God's domain, they would become existences capable of vaporizing an entire city with a single attack. Even flattening a kingdom consisting of several hundred cities wasn't out of the question. However, Shifeng currently had nothing in both the real world and in the world of God's domain. The current funds he had were also far from enough to let him improve his physical fitness in the real world, let alone helping him return to Tier 6 in God's domain. Thus, acquiring resources in God's domain became a must for Shi Feng. Originally, Shi Feng had been pondering how he could go about becoming a noble in Hundred Flow City as quickly as possible and securing himself a shop in Hundred Flow City before the various guilds. Now, he no longer had to worry about these problems. Whether in the real world or God's domain, real estate was the mother of wealth. Now that countless players had swarmed into the miniature ancient world, so long as he could secure some land and shops in Hundred Flow City, he wouldn't have to worry about making money in the future. Subsequently, Shi Feng wore the Colosseum Master's insignia and approached Wu Lingling, who stood nearby. Currently, Wu Lingling had her eyes glued to the S-rank evaluation displayed above Arena number 3, an indescribable sense of joy and excitement coloring her eyes. Meanwhile, Gan Yuan, the gray-robed middle-aged man standing beside her, wore a complicated look on his face. Even until now, he still hadn't recovered from the shock of witnessing Shi Feng's battle. Gan Yuan dared not, and could not believe this outcome. According to the intelligence report Gan Yuan received, Shi Feng was nothing but the abandoned guild leader of Shadow, a second-rate guild. Moreover, even at his peak, Shi Feng had only reached Tier 3. Yet now, not only did Shi Feng come out unscathed after clashing with 10 powerful sea giants for 1 minute, but he had even shown astonishing mastery over Miracle Dragon's 6 extreme slashes. No matter how Gan Yuan looked at it, Shi Feng should be a mighty expert that shouldn't be underestimated. If speaking solely based on technique standards, Shi Feng would be unmatched in Dazzle Wave, a first-rate guild. Yet, a guild like Shadow had banished such an expert because he was too weak. Did we get the wrong person? Gan Yuan couldn't help but harbor such a thought. However, before Gan Yuan could snap out of his daze, Shi Feng approached them and looked at Wu Lingling apologetically, saying, "Sorry for the wait. You seem to be in a hurry to look for me, Wu Lingling. Do you have some urgent business with me?" Upon hearing Shi Feng's words, Wu Lingling glanced at Gan Yuan before carefully saying, "It's nothing big, actually, Instructor Shi. Uncle Gan is just hoping to talk with you." Wu Lingling didn't wish to bring up the matter of Gan Yuan replacing Shi Feng as her instructor. After all, it was too disrespectful toward an instructor of the academy. Moreover, she felt that learning from Shi Feng wasn't a bad idea either. 6 extreme slashes was the trademark move of Miracle Dragon, the person she idolized. It was also a combat technique she had constantly been thinking of learning. Now that Shi Feng had shown himself to have incredible mastery over the technique, this was undoubtedly the best opportunity for her to learn it. However, her elder sister had gone out of her way to get Gan Yuan to train her, and she couldn't simply ignore her elder sister's decisions. Thus, she decided that it was best to let Gan Yuan bring up the troublesome matter instead. "Talk with me?" Hearing Wu Lingling's words, Shi Feng turned toward Gan Yuan and narrowed his eyes. Then he smiled and asked, "May I know what business Brother Gan has with me? Are you perhaps here to discuss Wu Lingling's future education with me?" Wu Lingling's talents were clear for all to see. There was no way the guild Wu Xiaoxiao belonged to wouldn't be interested in such a talent. Although recruiting Wu Lingling shortly after she joined the God's Domain Academy would be going against the Academy's rules, the benefits far outweigh the risks. If Dazzle Wave could recruit Wu Lingling before she developed, not only could the guild better develop her potential, but doing so would also increase Wu Lingling's loyalty to the guild. Meanwhile, as soon as Shi Feng spoke up, Gan Yuan's expression immediately turned awkward. He didn't think that the person before him was the instructor Shi he was looking for. To make matters worse, Shi Feng had even seen through his thoughts. For a time, Gan Yuan was at a loss for words. Originally, Gan Yuan had planned to simply greet Shi Feng and forget about Wu Lingling's matter. After all, offending a Tier 3 expert with no background and offending an expert who had acquired an S-rank evaluation in the Colosseum's Epic Challenge, were two entirely different things. Right now, Gan Yuan wanted nothing more than to beat up the person responsible for collecting information on Shifeng. However, Gan Yuan was an executive of a first-rate guild. He had experienced many crests and troughs during his career in God's domain. Although he felt very embarrassed on the inside, he behaved as if nothing had happened on the outside. With a bright smile on his face, he said, "You jest, Instructor Sure. All academies associated with God's domain have a common rule prohibiting organizations from poaching talents in advance. Although Dazzlewave isn't a superpower, it is still a first-rate guild in God's domain, so we strictly abide by the rules. I am only here this time because I have long since heard of your great name. I never got the opportunity to meet you, so I asked Lingling to introduce me. Please don't misunderstand my intentions, Instructor Sure." Wu Lingling couldn't help but be dumbfounded when she heard Gan Yuan's words. She looked at the man as if she was meeting him for the first time. "I see." Shifeng nodded. Then his expression brightened up a little as he said, "However, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you, Brother Gan. I am merely a Tier 3 player that Shadow has banished. How can I possibly enter the eyes of a first-rate guild like Dazzlewave?" Gan Yuan awkwardly laughed when he heard Shifeng's words. He also quietly wiped the sweat dripping down from his forehead. Although Shifeng hadn't said anything hostile, Gan Yuan felt as if he was standing in front of a ferocious beast capable of seeing through all lies. When he looked at Shifeng's faint smile and calm eyes, he saw no signs of a downtrodden man in his 30s whatsoever. Is he only the ex-guild leader of a second-rate guild? Gan Yuan wondered as he looked at Shifeng. In Gan Yuan's opinion, Shifeng's insightfulness and the oppressive feeling he gave off far superior to those of even Dazzlewave's guild leader. When standing in front of Shifeng, Gan Yuan felt no different than a child. When Gan Yuan was about to say something, a group of players wearing Mysterious Moon's guild emblem suddenly approached Shifeng. Why are they here? Gan Yuan couldn't help but be surprised when he saw these players. Out of the dozen or so Mysterious Moon members standing before him, every one of them was fully equipped in level 150 epic equipment. Moreover, the dense killing intent they radiated deterred even the many experts present in the hall from approaching them. At a glance, Gan Yuan could tell that these Mysterious Moon members were battle-hardened experts, and he couldn't help but feel frightened when standing in their presence. Zhuo Yalan, the leader of the group, gave off an especially bone-chilling aura. Gan Yuan felt as if he was standing within a cave made out of ice when he stood beside her, and he dared not loosen his guard even for a moment. Before Gan Yuan could react to the situation, Zhuo Yalan stepped closer to Shifeng and started scrutinizing him with an enchanting smile on her face. Then she enthusiastically introduced herself. "Hello, I am Nightingale from Mysterious Moon. Your performance just now has truly amazed me. Can I ask for the opportunity to treat you to a drink?" Zhuo Yalan's voice was as beautiful as an aureole's, and her actions carried both a lady's charm and bold enthusiasm. Many of the male players present were instantly captivated by her, and they couldn't help but look at Shifeng with eyes full of envy. Meanwhile, Wu Lingling gaped in shock in this situation, her eyes filled with disbelief as she switched her gaze between her idol Zhuo Yalan and Shifeng. Zhuo Yalan was the prided genius of Mysterious Moon, a first-rate guild. She was also the vice commander of Mysterious Moon's main force. She was even being nurtured as a potential vice guild leader candidate in the guild. There was no doubt that she was a core executive in Mysterious Moon. As icing on the cake, Zhuo Yalan also possessed an enchanting body and exquisite face. Many young talents from the various superpowers had once sought to pursue Zhuo Yalan. However, the number of invitations Zhuo Yalan accepted numbered less than a handful. Yet, Now, Zhui Yalan was taking the initiative to invite Shifeng out for a drink. Even the vice guild leaders and guild leaders of other first-rate guilds were unlikely to receive such treatment. "Hello, Miss Nightingale." Shifeng smiled as he looked at Zhui Yalan. He had somewhat an impression of the woman before him since she was quite the celebrity in God's Domain's professional league. Many superpowers had tried recruiting her before, but she had refused all invitations and chose to remain in Mysterious Moon. "I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I will have to turn down your invitation, since I am very busy right now. If you wish to have a drink, we can do so on another day. Of course, if you wish to discuss business with me, I very much welcome it." "You are as great as I imagined you to be, Mr. Black Flame." Zhui Yalan's smile deepened. She wasn't at all surprised to hear Shifeng refusing her invitation. "I'll get straight to the point, then. I highly admire your skills. Thus, I would like to invite you to join me in besieging the Dark Moon outpost 10 days later. As for remuneration, feel free to name your price." Besieging the Dark Moon outpost, realization dawned upon Gan Yuan when he heard Zhui Yalan's offer. The miniature ancient world was filled with a type of hostile energy that corroded players' bodies. This energy was much more hostile than ones found on the main continent, thus reducing the amount of time players could spend outside the safety of NPC cities even further. To make matters worse, mounts originating from the main continent couldn't be used here, so players could only travel across maps by foot. This greatly restricted players' range of activity and exploration progress of the miniature ancient world. Fortunately, there was a solution to this problem. Mana outposts were located all across the miniature ancient world, and players could use the environment and facilities in these outposts to dispel the hostile energy in their bodies. Although the effectiveness of these outposts wasn't comparable to NPC cities, players could still use these outposts to increase their range of activity by a significant margin. Thus, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that whoever controlled these mana outposts controlled the miniature ancient world. Meanwhile, a battle for control over these mana outposts would be hosted once a month, and among the many mana outposts out there, the Dark Moon outpost was located closest to Hundred Flow City. Hence, practically every guild based in Hundred Flow City had their eyes set on the Dark Moon outpost. However, there was a participation limit for the battle over the Dark Moon outpost. To participate in the battle, players had to acquire a permission token dropped by specific targets scattered across the wild, and only 5,000 of such tokens would drop each month. If every guild in Hundred Flow City competed for these tokens, each guild could only acquire a small amount. Meanwhile, in such a small-scale battle, the role a powerful expert could play was massive. After pondering for a moment, Shifeng smiled at Zhui Yalan and said, "I am interested in your offer. However, I have two conditions." Zhui Yalan was a little surprised by Shifeng's response. She didn't think that Shifeng would agree so readily. Then, she revealed a seductive smile and generously said, "Please speak, Mr. Black Flame." "For my first condition, if we win, I hope to acquire the rights to a large shop in the Dark Moon outpost," Shifeng stated in a definitive tone. This, Zhui Yalan hesitated a little when she heard Shifeng's condition. Immediately, the tall and robust man standing behind Zhui Yalan glared at Shifeng and said, "Our vice commander is sincerely extending an invitation to you, Mr. Black Flame. You are only participating by yourself, so don't you think you're asking a little too much? A mana outpost only has 6 shops, and only one of them is a large shop." The other Mysterious Moon experts also nodded in agreement. They also felt that Shifeng was going too far in his demands. However, Shifeng didn't mind their reactions and continued, "This brings us to my second condition. I won't be participating alone. Instead, I hope you can prepare 31 slots for us." 31 slots. Zhui Yalan was a little surprised. not expecting Shifeng to already have his own team. However, after thinking it over, she found this situation to be reasonable. After all, how could such a powerful expert not have a team to support him? Immediately, she nodded and said, "All right, if you can help Mysterious Moon achieve victory, I can agree to give you a large shop, Mr. Black Flame." Afterward, Shifeng signed a contract with Zhuo Yalan via the main god system. So long as Mysterious Moon acquired the Dark Moon Outpost, Shifeng would gain the rights to the outpost's largest shop. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, as their interaction had attracted a lot of attention, Zhuo Yalan didn't continue chatting with Shifeng after signing the contract. Immediately, she left the Colosseum together with her team, leaving Shifeng, Gan Yuan, and Wu Lingling behind. When Wu Lingling could no longer see Zhuo Yalan in the hall, she quietly asked Shifeng, "Instructor Shi, about the 31-man team you mentioned. Don't tell me you're talking about me and the other new students?" Wu Lingling had a rough idea of Shifeng's situation, so when she heard the headcount of 31, she couldn't help but grow worrisome. "What do you think?" In response, Shifeng gave Wu Lingling a look and chuckled before leaving the Colosseum as well. Chapter 2937, Reconstructing Mana Body. Chapter 11, Reconstructing Mana Body. Even after Shifeng had left the Colosseum, it took a long time for Wu Lingling to come back to her senses. "What are your thoughts on Instructor Shi's words, Uncle Gan? Do you think he really intends to have us students participate in the battle for the Dark Moon Outpost?" Wu Lingling asked as she looked at Gan Yuan, her heart filled with anxiety and excitement. The Dark Moon Outpost was a stronghold that every guild based in 100 Flow City sought to obtain. Meanwhile, because of the limited number of people that could participate in the actual competition, every participating guild would undoubtedly be sending their strongest members to represent them. Although many of God's Domain's guilds did not send their truly powerful experts to develop in the miniature ancient world, some of the larger guilds should not have any problems dispatching peak experts to fight for the Dark Moon Outpost. In the case of first-rate guilds, even the weakest member they sent would most likely be first-rate experts that were capable of reaching the Trial Tower's 7th floor. In comparison, most of the students apprenticed under Shifeng hadn't even reached the Trial Tower's 5th floor. With their strength, they couldn't even serve as cannon fodder if they participated in the competition. Of course, Wu Lingling couldn't rule out the possibility that Shifeng was trying to widen their horizons. After all, it was rare to see battles involving thousands of powerful experts in God's domain, let alone participate in one. If budding players like them could take part in such a battle, it would significantly help their future development. However, as the first mana outpost one would encounter after leaving 100 Flow City, the Dark Moon Outpost held extraordinary significance to the various guilds. It was also why Zhuo Yalan tried to recruit Shifeng's help, even if it meant paying a steep cost. Only if Zhuo Yalan were to find out that Shifeng's so-called teammates were merely a bunch of freshmen from the God's Domain Academy, she would absolutely refuse Shifeng's demand. If Mysterious Moon failed to occupy the Dark Moon Outpost, the entire guild would probably bear an eternal grudge against Shifeng. After all, the 30 participation slots Shifeng asked for could significantly impact the competition's outcome. Not to mention, Mysterious Moon had no lack of peak experts and first-rate experts to fill these slots. The guild wasn't so desperate as to seek freshman students as backup. "He is probably joking with you," Gan Yuan said, shaking his head and smiling. "There are only 5,000 participation slots in total, and there are more than 30 second-rate guilds and 7 first-rate guilds based in 100 Flow City. There are also numerous third-rate guilds and unrated guilds. A first-rate guild would be fortunate to even secure 300 slots. If he lets you students take up 10% of Mysterious Moon's slots, Mysterious Moon might as well call it quits already." In Gan Yuan's opinion, there was no way an expert of Shifeng's caliber would not know of the Dark Moon Outpost's significance. Even if he wanted to train his students, there was no need to do so during such a crucial event. Having the students participate in the competition would be no different than making an enemy out of Mysterious Moon. Although Shifeng possessed great combat standards, even he would suffer if he angered a first-rate guild. After all, even Tier 5 experts dared not go up against first-rate guilds up front. Otherwise, they would have to face the pursuit of several Tier 5 experts. However, shortly after Gan Yuan finished speaking, Wu Lingling received a message that thoroughly dumbfounded her and Gan Yuan. Is he insane? Gan Yuan felt his mind falling into disarray when he read the message Wu Lingling shared with him. The message's content was simple. Shifeng had appointed Wu Lingling as his class representative, and he had tasked her with contacting her classmates and gathering them in 100 Flow City's Blue Rose Bar in 8 hours. At the end of the message, Shifeng had also stated that all students under him would be participating in the battle for the Dark Moon Outpost 10 days later. What should I do, Uncle Gan? Wu Lingling couldn't help but be scared by this situation. Should I ask Big Sis to send some experts over? Wu Lingling was truly afraid now that she was certain of Shifeng's intentions. After all, what Shifeng was doing was no different than playing with their lives. If this situation wasn't handled properly, all of them would be dragged down into the abyss. In response to Wu Lingling's question, Gan Yuan shook his head and said, "There's no point in doing that. Entering the miniature ancient world is equivalent to starting a new account. Not everyone is willing to take such a risk, since there is no guarantee that they can return to and surpass their strongest state." Although the benefit of reconstructing one's mana body was indeed tempting, the mana body wasn't the only factor that affected a player's ability to ascend to higher tiers. There were still many other factors that had to be taken into account. Typically, only experts who had poor foundations and encountered very little fortuitous opportunities in God's domain would be willing to enter the miniature ancient world. Either that or the mana body they created was far from ideal. Take Gan Yuan, for example. He had only created a silver mana body with a 76% completion rate when he was at Tier 3. While it wasn't terrible, it wasn't good either. If he kept with that mana body, it was unlikely that he would ever reach Tier 5 in his lifetime. Thus, he had decided to enter the miniature ancient world. Not to mention, he could also nurture a budding talent like Wu Lingling and earn a favor from Wu Xiao, one of the top prodigies of the guild's younger generation. Apart from him, few of the guild's other Tier 4 experts were willing to enter the miniature ancient world. And for those who did enter the miniature ancient world, the guild had long since assigned them other important tasks. There was no way they'd be willing to make time to help a bunch of outsiders. Upon hearing Gan Yuan's words, Wu Lingling remembered that they were no longer on the main continent, but in the miniature ancient world instead. Here, even a prioritized talent like her elder sister would have difficulty mobilizing groups of experts. But you don't have to worry too much. I know a few skilled experts who have entered the miniature ancient world. If I give them a call, I'm sure we won't have any problems coping with the competition," Gan Yuan said, smiling when he saw Wu Lingling's crestfallen expression. "However, I'll need you to talk things out with Instructor Shi first." Under normal circumstances, Gan Yuan wouldn't have bothered himself with such a troublesome matter. However, after witnessing Shifeng's skills, he felt that it wouldn't be a bad idea to befriend such a powerful expert. After all, it was rare for Tier 4 experts like Gan Yuan to come across an expert of Shifeng's caliber, and even if he managed to come across such an expert, the other party wouldn't bother interacting with him. After all, they were standing on two completely different levels. Meanwhile, for experts like Gan Yuan, who were stuck at Tier 4, their only option to make further progress was to acquire more resources. However, the resources necessary were not things that measly Tier 4 experts could obtain. Only experts of Shifeng's caliber could do so. Thus, now that there was an opportunity to befriend such an expert, Gan Yuan would naturally take it. Wu Lingling also nodded to Gan Yuan's request. 100 Flow City, City Hall. After leaving the Colosseum, Shifeng had visited the City Hall and made his way up to the second floor. When Shifeng arrived on the second floor, a blonde elven woman wearing black office wear approached him. Then, the woman pointed at a record book on a nearby coffee table and smiled, saying, "Greetings, sir. You can find all of 100 Flow City's vacant lands and shops sold here. If you are interested in a particular land or shop, feel free to tell me. I will do my best to give you the best price." The record book was very thick. When Shifeng flipped through the pages, he found that the number of lands and shops available in 100 Flow City far exceeded even that of royal capitals found on the main continent. Looking at all the available options, Shifeng didn't know where to begin his search for his ideal shop. After looking through the record book for some time, Shifeng gave up and asked, "Do you have any recommendations for shops in the central area?" There are 2 excellent shops in the central area. One is an advanced shop located near the main street. It has 7 floors, and it is selling for 45,000 gold. The other one is a hotel located near the teleportation hall. The hotel has 3 floors, and it is selling for 22,000 gold, the elven administrator said, as she took out 2 projection crystals and activated them. These 2 locations have only gone up for sale starting this month. Whether it is their price or location, they are rare finds in 100 Flow City. Shifeng couldn't help but be moved as he looked at the projected images. The lands and shops found in 100 Flow City's central area were exceptionally expensive. Even a basic shop sold for upwards of 30,000 gold, while vacant lands sold for upwards of 20,000 gold. Moreover, these prices only referred to small lands. Meanwhile, the 2 locations the administrator introduced both occupied medium lands. The fact that they're being sold for such a low price could be considered a hidden benefit to the first player to purchase shops and lands in 100 Flow City. Moreover, out of the 2 recommendations, one of them was even an advanced shop. If Shifeng could purchase this shop, he could make a fortune just by letting other players consign their items at the shop. Not to mention, an advanced shop would also come with its own specialty goods, and he could use these goods to earn a stable income. As for the hotel, it wasn't a bad option, either. Now that there were no guild residences in 100 Flow City, yet the only way players could accumulate the double EXP buff and accelerate their grinding speed would be to stay in hotels. Thus, Shifeng could also earn a significant income if he bought the hotel. Unfortunately, Shifeng lacked the coins to purchase even the hotel. Previously, he had spent 2 million credits to purchase 20,000 gold from a player merchant. Afterward, he had spent 500 gold in the Colosseum. Thus, he only had 19,500 gold in his bag right now. "Can I get a discount if I decide to make a purchase?" Shifeng asked as he looked at the administrator. The elven administrator pondered for a moment when she heard Shifeng's question. Then she said, "You are the first person to have acquired 100 Flow City's Colosseum Master's insignia in the past few decades. If you decide to make a purchase, I can give you a 20% discount on one purchase." 20%. Shifeng was surprised. Originally, he thought it would be great if he could get even a 5% discount. He didn't think that the Colosseum Master's insignia would provide him with such an amazing benefit. "Okay, I'll take this hotel." Then, Shifeng said as he pointed at the 3-story hotel projected before him. Although the advanced shop was tempting, he currently lacked funds and resources. Thus, the hotel was his best option. Moreover, he still needed to guide a bunch of students. If he bought the hotel, he could save on their accommodation fees, killing two birds with one stone. Very well. That will be 17,600 gold, the administrator said. You will also have to pay a monthly management fee of 1,000 gold for this hotel. If you fail to make payment for 3 consecutive months, we will be repossessing the hotel. Afterward, Shifeng decisively paid 17,600 gold to the elven administrator and received the hotel's deed in return. Then, he left the city hall and visited the hotel to complete the property transfer. The hotel was located next to the teleportation hall, so it could be considered prime real estate in 100 Flow City. After all, every player that teleported into 100 Flow City using a return scroll would arrive in the teleportation hall. So, the street the teleportation hall was located on became a place where almost all players had to pass through. In reality, the hotel's value was far from being worth just 17,600 gold. Even if it was sold for an astronomical price of 50,000 gold, guilds would still fight to purchase it. A magic array currently sealed the 3-story hotel, and no employees were working in the establishment. Only Shifeng, the holder of the hotel's deed, could enter the place. The density of the mana here is quite good. It's actually 30% higher than the outside world. Shifeng felt very satisfied when he sensed the mana within the hotel. A difference of 30% in mana density might not seem like much, but the mana in the miniature ancient world was originally much higher than the main continent's mana already. Thus, an increase of 30% was substantial. Players could receive substantial benefits if they tried to perceive and manipulate mana in this environment. Afterward, Shifeng started inspecting the hotel's interior. The hotel had 600 rooms spread across its 3 floors, of which 560 were basic rooms and 40 were advanced rooms. This was an impressive number for a basic hotel. Even if he charged only 20 silver per room, he could still make 120 gold per day. Currently, ordinary Tier 3 experts earned only 2 to 3 gold per day on average. After deducting the money spent on repairing equipment and purchasing supplies, a Tier 3 expert would be fortunate if they could have 1 gold remaining. Meanwhile, a daily income of 120 gold was unfathomable for the average Tier 3 expert. When Shifeng entered an advanced room, he found that the density of the mana here was 20% higher than the mana found inside the basic rooms. This is a good place to reconstruct my mana body. Originally, Shifeng had planned to visit an advanced hotel in 100 Flow City to reconstruct his mana body. The construction of a mana body heavily depended on the ambient mana's density. Players would have a much easier time constructing their mana bodies if they did it in a place with dense mana. Of course, after a certain point, the benefits high-density mana brought would start to diminish. Meanwhile, the density of the mana found in this hotel's advanced rooms was already considerably high. Even if Shifeng visited a place with even denser mana, the benefits he could gain would be negligible. Immediately, Shifeng sat cross-legged on the mana-gathering magic array prepared in the middle of the room. Then, he took out the demon god's blood that he had won from the Colosseum. The instant Shifeng opened the vial housing the demon god's blood, a powerful divine might instantly flooded the room. Even Shifeng found himself having difficulty breathing under the pressure of this divine might. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU System. Do you wish to use the demon god's blood and begin reconstructing your mana body? Yes. Chapter 2938, Going Beyond Epic. Chapter 12, Going Beyond Epic. As soon as Shifeng chose to reconstruct his mana body, the crimson blood in the vial transformed into streams of purplish-red mist that flowed into his body. 3 seconds later, golden divine runes appeared around Shifeng, one after another, emitting ripples of divine might. The divine might was incredibly powerful, and even Tier 4 experts would find themselves immobilized when subjected to it. The divine runes that appeared were akin to flames as they continuously burned and erased Shifeng's original mana body. 1 minute, 3 minutes, 10 minutes. After 15 minutes had passed, Shifeng could feel the divine might that enveloped his body growing weaker and weaker. Likewise, the presence of his mana body also grew fainter and fainter. By the time the divine might disappeared completely, his mana body's presence had disappeared completely. Simultaneously, a feeling of weakness spread across Shifeng's body. Amazing! It removed my mana body completely. Shifeng grew excited when he sensed that his bronze mana body had disappeared already. Although players could progress up to Tier 6 in God's domain, the biggest milestone was at Tier 3. This was because the mana body players constructed at Tier 3 would play a significant role in their advancement to higher tiers in the future. The mana body was also the main factor that separated God's domain's experts into 2 distinct classes. Even if a player managed to reach Tier 4, if their mana body did not reach the silver rank, they couldn't be regarded as an upper-class expert no matter what. They could never become a true mainstay in first-rate guilds and above. However, this wasn't an unreasonable distinction. After all, the mana body represented a player's future potential. No guild would be willing to support and nurture a person with no potential. This was also why second- and third-rate guilds could never contend against first-rate guilds. Unlike second- and third-rate guilds, first-rate guilds would only accept those with a silver mana body or above as their mainstays and executives. Next is the last step. Shifeng focused his attention on the system notification that had appeared before him. System, you have begun the reconstruction of your mana body. You have 6 hours to reconstruct your mana body. System, congratulations. You are the first player to have acquired a perfect epic demon God's Blood. You can choose between obtaining 1 legendary mana body diagram, 1 peak epic mana body diagram, or 1 advanced epic mana body diagram. Legendary? Shifeng was dumbfounded. When he had become a Tier 6 sword god in the past, the mana body he had created for himself at Tier 3 was only an advanced epic mana body. Although he couldn't say for certain that he had been the only person to have acquired an advanced epic mana body out of the many god-ranked experts back then, even if there were others like him, there shouldn't be more than a handful. After all, in the eyes of most guilds, gold mana bodies were already the best mana body one could acquire. Information on epic mana bodies was so rare that most people didn't even know they existed. If not for the miniature Ancient Worlds expansion pack information publicizing the existence of epic mana bodies, the first-rate guilds in this life probably wouldn't even know that there existed mana bodies surpassing gold mana bodies. As for legendary mana bodies, that was something even Shifeng had never heard of after becoming a Tier 6 sword god. It should be known that players with a gold mana body could already roam the continent without fear of the hostile energies that plagued high-level maps. If a player acquired an epic mana body, they could further boost their stamina and concentration recovery rates. Even their perception toward mana would receive a considerable improvement. The benefits an epic mana body provided could probably allow players to move about freely even in the miniature Ancient Worlds hostile environment. Acquiring an epic mana body was also part of Shifeng's plan to restart his campaign in God's domain. However, Shifeng never thought that there existed another rank above epic. Before Shifeng could recover from his surprise, another system notification appeared. System, you have 15 minutes to choose a mana body diagram. If you fail to decide within 15 minutes, you will receive the advanced epic mana body by default. Interesting. Shifeng smiled when he saw the system notification. Then he began carefully inspecting the 3 mana body diagrams the system provided. If given a choice, Shifeng would naturally choose the best mana body. he could get his hands on. However, that was based on the precondition of completing the construction process within the allotted time. If he went with the legendary mana body out of greed and failed to construct it, he would simply be throwing away the opportunity to secure himself an advanced epic mana body or peak epic mana body. 10 minutes later, Shurfeng closed his eyes and took a deep breath. As expected of a mana body that is above epic rank, even apex experts are unlikely to be able to complete this legendary mana body in just 6 hours. Shurfeng already experienced constructing an advanced epic mana body in his previous life, so he was confident he could construct a perfect one this time. He was even confident he could construct a peak epic mana body with a 95% completion rate or above. The construction of a mana body depended on the player's control over mana. The more adept one was at manipulating mana, the easier it would be for one to construct one's mana body. Meanwhile, as someone who had become a Tier 6 god in the past, Shurfeng's mastery over mana manipulation had long since reached a realm that ordinary experts could not fathom. However, the legendary mana body's complexity was far above that of even epic mana bodies. The construction of an advanced epic mana body only needed players to control 5 sources of mana to create 5 separate magic arrays, while a peak epic mana body needed players to control 8 sources of mana. However, in the case of the legendary mana body, players needed to control as many as 16 sources of mana simultaneously. Even Shurfeng had barely met this requirement. Moreover, this still wasn't the most crucial point. What made constructing the legendary mana body truly challenging was that players needed to construct 7 master magic arrays and connect them to form one grandmaster magic array. Although Shurfeng had been a grandmaster magician during his previous life, with his current tier and concentration standard, he would be hard-pressed to construct so many high-ranking magic arrays. Not to mention, every one of these magic arrays needed to have a considerably high completion rate. Otherwise, the legendary mana body he created might even lose out to an epic mana body with a high completion rate. However, despite knowing the difficulty, Shurfeng still chose to construct the legendary mana body without hesitation. He had lost his memories for some inexplicable reason after entering the main world in the past. This showed that the main world was a much more dangerous place than he expected, and that the strength he had back then wasn't enough to ensure his safety in the main world. Thus, what he needed to do now was simple: become much stronger than he had been in his previous life. Only by doing so would he have a chance at recovering his lost memories. Meanwhile, the legendary mana body was undoubtedly the first step into helping him grow stronger. Thus, regardless of the difficulty, he needed to try constructing the legendary mana body. Subsequently, Shurfeng began manipulating the surrounding mana and constructing the legendary mana body based on the provided diagram. Because Shurfeng sorely lacked in concentration recovery methods right now, manipulating 16 sources of mana simultaneously placed a heavy burden on his mind. At this time, he was relying entirely on his knowledge and experience as a Grandmaster Magician to create the 9 supporting magic arrays and 1 Grandmaster magic array. As time passed, and he encountered failure after failure, he grew increasingly familiar with the Grandmaster magic array's construction process. After working continuously for 4 hours, Shurfeng finally completed his first attempt at constructing the legendary mana body. System: mana body constructed. Completion rate 71%. Do you wish to keep this mana body? No. Shurfeng rejected without hesitation. A mana body needed to reach an 80% completion rate for it to function normally. Below 80%, a mana body would have its effects weakened. Thus, Shurfeng's legendary mana body needed an 80% completion rate at the very minimum. Otherwise, he would have been better off going for an epic mana body with completion rate above 90%. After all, A mana body with a 90% completion rate would be able to perform at 100% capacity, and every additional percentage gained in completion rate would improve the mana body's performance significantly. In the past, Shi Feng had been lucky and achieved a 91% completion rate on his advanced epic mana body. It had saved him a lot of trouble when he was advancing to higher tiers. Subsequently, Shi Feng started his second attempt. Because of his previous experience, Shi Feng took less than half an hour this time to complete his mana body. Moreover, its completion rate had surpassed the passing mark and reached 83%. However, Shi Feng wasn't satisfied with this outcome, so he proceeded with his third and fourth attempts. Shi Feng made a slight mistake on his third attempt, and the completion rate he got was 76%. On his fourth attempt, he managed an 86% completion rate. For the average expert, they would be delighted with such a result even if their mana body was only at the silver rank, let alone the unheard-of legendary rank. However, Shi Feng still wasn't satisfied with this result. "I only have time for one more try." Shi Feng hesitated for a moment when he saw the remaining time. However, after thinking it over, he clenched his teeth and began his fifth attempt. Shi Feng would be lying if he said he wasn't satisfied with an 86% completion rate. However, if he wished to surpass his previous life, this result wasn't enough. After all, he no longer had the support of a guild in this life. If he lacked a sufficiently powerful mana body, he would have a tough time rising to the top of God's domain. After 4 attempts, Shi Feng had already become very familiar with the legendary mana body's construction process. On his 4th attempt, he needed 10 minutes to construct the 7 Master Magic Arrays and link them into one big Grandmaster Magic Array. Now, he needed only 7 minutes to do so. Moreover, the construction process went much more smoothly than before. However, time was also ticking away rapidly as Shi Feng constructed his mana body. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU 17 minutes remaining, 12 minutes remaining, 6 minutes, 3 minutes. When less than 2 minutes remained, Shi Feng inhaled and exhaled deeply. "Good, it's done." Shi Feng exclaimed out of excitement. Simultaneously, a system notification also appeared before him. System, mana body constructed. Completion rate 94%. Do you wish to keep this mana body? Chapter 2939, Inherent Mana Domain. Chapter 13, Inherent Mana Domain, 94%. Shi Feng grew ecstatic when he read the system notification. A mana body with a 90% completion rate could already perform at 100% capacity, and every percentage increase after 90% would further enhance the mana body to a certain extent. Meanwhile, an additional 4% would provide a massive improvement. To provide some context, take Alice, the Witch of the West, for example. She was known by all in God's domain for her gold mana body that had a 98% completion rate. This gold mana body granted her extraordinary perception and control toward mana, which, in turn, allowed her to stand above all magical class players. Meanwhile, the only mana body that could match Alice's near-perfect gold mana body was probably Shi Feng's advanced epic mana body, which had a 91% completion rate. Now, though, not only did Shi Feng have a legendary mana body, but its completion rate had even reached 94%. If comparing solely in terms of mana perception and control, he was leagues above his previous life. System, mana body constructed. Completion rate 94%. Do you wish to keep this mana body? Upon receiving another reminder from the system, Shi Feng quickly snapped out of his daze and chose to keep the mana body he created. Immediately afterward, golden divine runes appeared around Shi Feng's body. The dense mana surrounding Shi Feng also flooded into his body, continuously improving his body's overall strength and perception. In just several seconds, Sure Feng could sense that he had already surpassed himself when he first constructed his advanced epic mana body. The strengthening process continued for nearly 20 seconds before the divine runes faded out of existence. At this time, not one bit of mana remained inside the room. Mana was the foundation of all life in God's domain, so a place without mana was not a place that living creatures could survive in. Even Tier 3 players with a gold mana body could only survive in a space void of mana for a short period. Yet, at this time, Sure Feng did not feel even the slightest discomfort while sitting in this manaless room. So, this is a legendary mana body. An indescribable sense of shock filled Sure Feng as he perceived the space around him. When he had first completed his advanced epic mana body in his previous life, he had only acquired a rudimentary form of a mana domain whose only function was to prevent the mana in his body from leaking away. However, the completion of the legendary mana body had directly provided him with a fully functioning mana domain. Although this mana domain only covered a small radius of 10 yards, it was still a bona fide mana domain. Within the space the mana domain covered, he was the ruler. He could freely manipulate mana within this space and prevent it from being influenced by the mana outside. Typically, players would only begin creating a rudimentary form of a mana domain after they had reached Tier 4. Meanwhile, only a small minority of experts would be capable of creating a full-fledged mana domain at Tier 4. Yet, Sure Feng had received a full-fledged mana domain immediately after he had constructed his mana body, apart from the full-fledged mana domain. What also surprised Sure Feng was the improvement he received toward his mana perception, recovery speeds for stamina and concentration, and the toughness of his body. Even though a mana body didn't provide players with any increase in basic attributes, it still influenced a player's performance heavily as it provided non-statistical improvements such as mana perception, recovery speed, and physical toughness. Firstly, mana perception. Mana perception played an important role in players' ability to manipulate mana. Meanwhile, the better a player was at manipulating mana, the higher their skills and spells completion rates would be. Secondly, recovery speed. The greater a player's recovery speed was, the quicker they could recover the stamina and concentration they expended in battle. This, in turn, would increase the duration in which they could stay in the battle. Lastly, physical toughness. Physical toughness affected a player's ability to withstand attacks. Although physical toughness wouldn't reduce the amount of damage players took, it reduced players' chances of suffering physical injuries. If a player had sufficiently high physical toughness, an attack that should have originally caused a heavy injury might only end up causing a light injury. This was a significant difference, as a light injury wouldn't hamper a player's performance, whereas a heavy injury would. If a player sorely lacked physical toughness, they might even lose their limbs to a powerful attack, severely affecting their combat performance. Currently, Sure Feng could sense that his mana perception was already on par with what he had when he initially reached Tier 4 during his previous life. He could already clearly perceive the basic operating principles of the various elements of mana surrounding him. As for his recovery speed, it was double that of the advanced epic mana body. Even though he was only a Tier 3 Sword King right now, he could execute 6 extreme slashes, an advanced combat technique, without burden. As for his physical toughness, it was already on par with the physical toughness of the average Tier 4 mythic monster. Now, attacks at the Tier 3 standard couldn't even put a scratch on him, and only Tier 4 attacks could threaten him. This inherent mana domain saves me a lot of trouble. Sure Feng couldn't help but smile as he manipulated his mana domain. His mana domain would only cover a 10-yard radius around him when he wasn't actively controlling it. However, once he actively controlled it, the mana domain could cover up to a 50-yard radius. While a 50-yard radius was below average for a full-fledged mana domain. It was more than enough for a Tier 3 player. This was because the maximum attack range of the average Tier 3 expert was only 50 yards. Meanwhile, his mana domain would weaken all enemies within its range by a certain extent. Originally, Feng had been having a headache trying to think of a way to help his students. His students were far too weak right now, and if he wanted them to be of any help to him, he needed to improve their combat standards. Only, improving their combat standards was easier said than done. Even though he had taught his students the refinement exercise, they couldn't reach the refinement realm solely by relying on the exercise. They needed to pair the exercise with lots of combat experience. If he still had the resources available to Zero Wing, he could have simply let his students participate in simulated battles against refinement realm experts and gain combat experience that way. This was also how the various superpowers trained their young talents. However, he was merely the ex-guild leader of a second-rate guild right now. He didn't have any training resources in his possession right now. Trying to mimic the training methods of superpowers was nothing but a dream. Thus, the only option available to him was to have his students partake in live combat before constructing his legendary mana body and acquiring a mana domain. Feng would have had difficulty creating a safe environment for his students to carry out live combat. However, now that he had a mana domain, that would no longer be a problem. So long as his students fought within his mana domain, he could control the flow of battle as he wished, thereby minimizing the risk of casualties. Meanwhile, when Feng was inspecting his new mana domain, he suddenly received a call from Wu Lingling. Everyone has gathered in the Blue Rose Bar already. Instructor Shi, Wu Lingling said as she looked at Feng through the video chat. Then she worriedly asked, "Should I make some additional arrangements?" Previously, Feng had already made it clear in his message that they would be challenging the Withered Ruins, the nearest level 100 regional dungeon to 100 Flow City. Unlike team dungeons, regional dungeons didn't have an entry limit. Players could enter the map by themselves or in massive teams. Meanwhile, not only did the monsters inside a regional dungeon provide ample EXP, but they also had much better loot than monsters found in the outside world. Thus, the Withered Ruins was the perfect place for 100 Flow City's experts to grind at. However, grinding at the Withered Ruins wasn't an easy task. Like team dungeons, regional dungeons could similarly be categorized by difficulty, with the first 3 difficulties being normal, hard, and hell. Among them, hard mode regional dungeons were already enough to deter the average Tier 3 team. Only teams made up of Tier 3 experts could cope in these dungeons. Meanwhile, the Withered Ruins was a hell mode regional dungeon. Even Tier 3 expert teams could face annihilation if they weren't careful inside. Typically, only the frontline teams of large guilds could operate with relative safety inside a hell mode regional dungeon. As for freshman students like themselves, they were almost guaranteed to die should they enter the Withered Ruins. If they wanted to grind inside the Withered Ruins, they would need to recruit the help of some frontline experts. After all, there was no way Feng could take care of everyone on the team. Feng chuckled at Wu Lingling's concern. Then he said, "Since you've already gathered, fill your stomachs with some food and drinks. We'll meet up at the Withered Ruins entrance in 2 hours. Fighting in a regional dungeon is much more exhausting than fighting in the outside world, so you should also prepare some stamina and concentration recovery potions." After saying so, Feng disconnected the call, his words rendering Wu Lingling speechless. A female guardian knight, wielding dark gold-ranked buckler and clad in level 100 fine gold equipment, happened to overhear Feng and Wu Lingling. In a worried voice, the female guardian knight asked, "Could Instructor Shi be joking with us, class rep? The Withered Ruins is a hell mode regional dungeon. If we head there as we are now. Previously, When the other students heard from Wu Lingling that they would be going to the Withered Ruins, they had reacted in joy and excitement. Hell Mode regional dungeons were places where even ordinary expert teams dared not enter, and only the expert teams of powerful guilds and adventurer teams would set foot into it. Under normal circumstances, students like themselves wouldn't even dare harbor any thoughts of entering a Hell Mode regional dungeon. Even the advanced instructors of the God's Domain Academy wouldn't bring their students into one. After all, doing so would require them to hire a bunch of frontline experts as babysitters, and they definitely wouldn't be willing to foot such a cost for mere students. Thus, they were ecstatic when they first heard that Sure Feng would be taking them into the Withered Ruins. Now, though, is Instructor Sure trying to take a gamble? It's the freshman tournament tomorrow, and every instructor has to send 3 students out to fight as a team. I heard that the top 3 instructors would get to visit one of the secret pavilion's training branches. This is a rare opportunity even in our academy, a male assassin with a lean body suddenly said. Upon hearing this male assassin's words, realization immediately dawned upon the other students present. The secret pavilion was a transcendental existence in God's domain, and innumerable experts had originated from it. Even among super guilds, few were capable of rivaling the secret pavilion when it came to training talents. However, the secret pavilion would only ever train its own talents. Never did it allow the talents and experts of the various academies to join its training program. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU now, though, the secret pavilion was allowing the God's Domain Academy's instructors to visit one of its training branches. This was undoubtedly a rare opportunity for the Academy's instructors. Meanwhile, it was already common knowledge that Sure Feng had been Shadow's ex-guild leader, and that he had failed to break out of Tier 3 even after many years of struggles. If he could participate in the secret pavilion's training session, he might finally achieve a breakthrough and reach Tier 4. Meanwhile, out of the 30 students apprenticed under Sure Feng, only Wu Lingling was capable of ranking among the top of this year's freshmen. However, the freshman tournament was a team match. There was no way Wu Lingling could win the tournament by herself. She needed teammates that could be of help to her. Thus, Sure Feng was taking them to the Withered Ruins and betting on the possibility that the other students might improve there. All right, stop making blind guesses. Let's get ready and set out. When Wu Lingling saw her classmates starting to voice opinions about Sure Feng's decision, she quickly stopped them in their tracks, though she didn't know whether to laugh or cry on the inside. If they were already complaining about grinding in the Withered Ruins, what would happen if she told them about the matter regarding the Mana Outpost? Chapter 2940, Entering Hell Mode for the First Time. Chapter 14, Entering Hell Mode for the first time. The Withered Ruins was a magnificent city surrounded by a dead forest. Currently, over 30 teams had gathered in front of the magic barrier that surrounded the dead forest. Every one of these teams had at least 100 members, with some having up to 200 members. Moreover, even the weakest player was equipped in level 100 Dark Gold set equipment, while the strongest was fully equipped in epic equipment. When Wu Lingling and the others first arrived before the Withered Ruins, they immediately felt an oppressive feeling enveloping their bodies. Right now, even a fool could tell that their group of students did not belong to this place. They stood out like a sore thumb when they stood among these expert players. Meanwhile, the arrival of Wu Lingling's group also attracted the attention of the many expert teams present. This was especially true for one particular 200-man team. After taking a glance at Wu Lingling's group, a woman clad in an exquisite robe and wielding a crystalline epic staff sneered and said, "What's a bunch of children like them doing here? What is their leader even thinking? Do they think that a Hell Mode regional dungeon is some playground for children?" The words of the woman attracted the approval of many of her team members. Like the woman, These people also looked at Wu Lingling with eyes full of contempt. While it was true that any player who met the level requirement could enter a Hell Mode team dungeon, it didn't mean anyone who met the level requirement should enter a Hell Mode team dungeon. After all, it wasn't without reason that Hell Mode team dungeons were known as leveling spots for expert players. There was no possibility that Wu Lingling and her teammates were experts disguised to look like university students, either. Although players could alter their character appearances in God's domain, they couldn't hide their age. Meanwhile, anyone could tell at a glance that Wu Lingling and her teammates were merely a bunch of students. Moreover, judging by how they moved, they were definitely a bunch of newbies who had entered God's domain only recently. With the combat standards they possessed, let alone putting up a fight, they couldn't flee for their lives should they enter the withered ruins. While the members of this 200-man team were having a hushed discussion about Wu Lingling's group, a middle-aged man clad in silver armor and wielding 2 tower shields also glanced at Wu Lingling's group. Then he looked at his team members and said, "It's time. Get ready to enter." As soon as this middle-aged man spoke, everyone on the 200-man team promptly shut their mouths and readied themselves to enter the withered ruins. Even the woman wielding the crystalline epic staff dared not continue speaking. Instead, she took out a magic scroll from her bag and started casting a spell that increased everyone's basic attributes. Although their team had entered many Hell Mode regional dungeons before, those were dungeons found on the main continent. The miniature ancient world had a much harsher environment than the main continent, and the monsters here were much stronger. Since this was their first time entering a Hell Mode regional dungeon in the miniature ancient world, they had no idea exactly how powerful the monsters inside were. Thus, they dared not act recklessly. At the same time as this 200-man team started getting ready, the other teams present also began making their respective preparations. The behavior of these teams made it look like this 200-man team was their leader. The reason for everyone's reaction was simple. It was because this 200-man team had an extraordinary origin. Although this 200-man team consisted of only independent players, these players were all members of Soulfire, a top adventurer team in God's domain. Soulfire was an adventurer team that only appeared 5 years after the launch of God's domain. The adventurer team had started as a small group of several dozen players. Now, though it had already become one of the top 50 adventurer teams on the Eastern continent, its member count exceeding 200,000. Although Soulfire's member count was inferior to even third-rate guilds, every member qualified to join Soulfire was an expert capable of reaching the Trial Tower's 6th floor at the very least. Thus, Soulfire's overall strength rivaled even that of first-rate guilds. Moreover, the person leading Soulfire's 200-man team this time was none other than Southern Tiger, one of Soulfire's 16 captains and a half-step Tier 5 expert during his peak. Although Tier 5 players were labeled as apex existences in God's domain, the existence of Tier 5 players was incredibly rare. Tier 5 players were so rare that any one of them could instantly become the backbone of a first-rate guild should they choose to join one. In a situation where only a small portion of God's Domain's players had chosen to enter the miniature ancient world, the existence of a half-step Tier 5 player was as rare as a phoenix's feather, let alone actual Tier 5 players. After all, not all players who had reached Tier 4 or higher possessed the courage to restart their progress from level 100, Tier 3. Meanwhile, even if everyone now had their tiers reduced to Tier 3, an expert who had once reached the half-step Tier 5 standard was still in existence worthy of everyone's respect. "Move out," Southern Tiger bellowed as he looked toward the withered ruins. Immediately, Soulfire's 200-man team began marching toward the magic barrier that enveloped the regional dungeon. As for the other teams, they waited for around a minute after Soulfire's team disappeared before entering the dungeon themselves. Evidently, they planned on letting Soulfire test the waters and open the way for them. When all but Shifeng's students remained outside the withered ruins, Qin Wuchen couldn't help but turn toward Wu Lingling and asked, "What should we do now, class rep?" According to the information they found, it wasn't safe for players to enter the withered ruins whenever they wanted. This was due to the effects of the magic barrier enveloping the dungeon. On the surface, there was only one entrance into the withered ruins. However, in reality, the instant players walked through the magic barrier. They would be teleported to a random location inside the dungeon depending on their time of entry. Meanwhile, the current time just so happened to be when players were guaranteed to get teleported to the withered ruins outer region. Once players missed this safe period, they would have to either wait 6 hours for the next safe period or risk getting teleported to the withered ruins inner region. Even for current expert teams, a level 100 Hell Mode regional dungeon's outer region was a huge challenge, so getting teleported to the inner region would be an absolute nightmare. This was also why the many expert teams from before did not enter the withered ruins as soon as they arrived. Wu Lingling grew anxious when she heard Qin Wuchen's question. She had no idea what they should do right now. If they rashly entered the dungeon without Shifeng accompanying them, they would all but guarantee their deaths. Yet if they didn't enter the dungeon now, they would have to wait for 6 more hours to do so. The miniature ancient world had been open to players only recently, so now was the best time for players to grind for levels. It was also a crucial period for players to secure the many opportunities available in the miniature ancient world for themselves. Their group had already wasted a lot of time gathering up previously. If they wasted 6 more hours on top of that, they would certainly miss out on many opportunities. During the time Wu Lingling was stomping her feet out of anxiety, a figure slowly approached the group of students. Meanwhile, this figure belonged to none other than Shifeng. "What took you so long, Instructor Shi? The safe period is almost over. If we don't get ready to enter now, we'll have to wait here for another 6 hours. Wu Lingling immediately started complaining when she saw Shifeng approaching. Compared to the expert teams from before, students like themselves needed to make many more preparations before entering a Hell Mode regional dungeon. Not only would they need to cast all sorts of buffs on themselves, but they would also have to use various enhancement potions. Most importantly, they needed to sort out everyone's responsibilities and positionings in battle. Otherwise, they would only be getting themselves killed if they entered the withered ruins. Similar to Wu Lingling, everyone else on the team also couldn't help but grow nervous. Although everyone had previously been afraid and opposed Shifeng's decision to grind in the withered ruins, after arriving before the regional dungeon and seeing all those expert teams, they couldn't help but desire to compete with and grind at the same location as those expert teams. Thus, seeing Shifeng's late and unhurried arrival stimulated their nerves. Meanwhile, Shifeng chuckled when he saw the anxiety on his students' faces. Then, he said, "A Hell Mode regional dungeon isn't as tough as you imagine. You don't need any troublesome preparations either. You bought the stamina recovery potions I asked you to, right? Have everyone take a bottle now, and let's enter the dungeon. Just 1 stamina recovery potion is enough." Wu Lingling couldn't help but doubt her ears when she heard Shifeng's words. The stamina recovery potion was an item sold in almost every potion shop in God's domain. Although the potion had an exorbitant price tag of 1 gold per bottle, it was a must-have item when grinding out in the fields. This was especially true in the miniature ancient world. However, apart from improving the user's stamina recovery rate, the potion provided no other benefits. Yet, Shifeng was now telling them that they only needed a stamina recovery potion to enter a Hell Mode regional dungeon. "All right, hurry up. We're running out of time," Shifeng said after taking a look at the time. "What about the team's division of labor and positioning, Instructor Shi?" Qin Wuchen asked in an exasperated tone. A team's positioning and division of labor were the foundation of team battles. If everyone on the team didn't have a clear task, chaos would ensue once the battle began. In such a situation, the team would be fortunate if it could even exhibit 30% of its combat power. Meanwhile, Shi Feng had not told them anything about their respective responsibilities when he gathered them before. Most of them had also only gotten acquainted with each other today, so they had no experience working together before. If they rashly entered the withered ruins under such circumstances, the consequences would be unimaginable. In response, Shi Feng smiled and leisurely said, "We can do that after we are inside. You guys really don't need to stress yourselves out so much. It's just a hell mode regional dungeon." Shi Feng's words rendered everyone speechless. Everyone also couldn't help but cast looks of contempt at their calm instructor. Even Wu Lingling was at the brink of tears when she heard Shi Feng's words. This was a hell mode regional dungeon they were talking about. Even the various large guilds' expert teams wouldn't dare act recklessly inside such a dungeon. Yet now, Shi Feng spoke as if they were about to go and grind some common monsters at the beginner area. However, Shi Feng paid no attention to the looks of contempt he received. After having his students stand in a group, he promptly walked into the withered ruins. Seeing this, Wu Lingling and the others had no choice but to follow Shi Feng. Inwardly, they prayed that they wouldn't meet any monsters after entering the dungeon. The moment everyone stepped through the barrier, a bright light blinded them momentarily. Then, when their vision recovered, they found themselves standing on a hill a short distance away from the dilapidated city walls. Standing on top of the hill gave everyone a good view of their surroundings. They could see everything within a radius of several thousand yards. However, it was precisely because of this good field of view that Wu Lingling and the others couldn't help but gasp in shock. What? Wu Lingling and the others felt a chill crawling down their spines when they saw the half-orcs that covered the forest at the bottom of the hill. Demonized half-orc fighter, demonized creature, High Lord, level 100 HP 50 million, demonized half-orc warrior, demonized creature, Great Lord, level 100 HP 140 million. These demonized half-orcs were 5 to 6 meters tall, and ominous pitch-black runes covered their robust bodies. Moreover, every one of these half-orcs patrolled the dead forest in groups, with the smaller groups having over 200 half-orcs and the larger groups having over 500 half-orcs. To make matters worse, demonized half-orc warriors made up at least 20% of every one of these groups' numbers. However, what made these demonized half-orcs truly terrifying was the number of HP bars they had. Even weaker half-orc fighters had 5 HP bars. In God's domain, the number of HP bars a monster had also represented the combat standards they possessed. Meanwhile, a monster with 5 HP bars would possess combat standards rivaling ordinary expert players. If ordinary experts came across such a monster, they would have to take the long way around, as picking a fight with such a monster would only lead to their deaths. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Yet even the weakest demonized half-orc here had 5 HP bars, while the stronger ones had 7 HP bars. Let alone their team of 30 students. Even the 200-man expert team they came across would suffer if they fought against these demonized half-orcs. Meanwhile, during the time Wu Lingling and the others were stunned by the sight before them, Shi Feng suddenly said, "All right, let's start grinding." Before Wu Lingling and the others could react, Shi Feng picked up a small rock by his feet and threw it at a demonized half-orc warrior in the nearby forest, the rock transforming into a streak of light and accurately hitting the half-orc warrior's head. Immediately, the half-orc warrior that was struck turned to Shi Feng's direction and let loose an angry roar, the roar inciting the other half-orcs nearby into a frenzy. Then, every one of these frenzied half-orcs turned their heads toward Shi Feng's group. Chapter 2941, Unfolded Mana Domain. Chapter 15, Unfolded Mana Domain. When the demonized half-orcs turned to look at Shurfeng, time on top of the hill seemingly froze as Wu Lingling and the others stopped moving, expressions of shock and horror coloring their faces. This was Shurfeng's so-called grinding. Even the weakest demonized half-orc was a level 100 High Lord. In terms of basic attributes, they were superior to even level 100 Tier 3 experts fully equipped in dark gold equipment, adding on their combat standards that rivaled ordinary experts. Even veteran Tier 3 expert players would have difficulty fighting these monsters. Not to mention, there were also plenty of Great Lord ranked half-orc warriors among the group of half-orcs, and these monsters possessed even stronger basic attributes and combat standards. Even a large guild's expert team would have to set up traps and magic arrays beforehand when going up against such a frightening group of monsters. Yet, now, Shurfeng wanted them to fight these monsters with no preparations whatsoever. This situation was simply absurd. Before Wu Lingling and the others could recover from their shock, Shurfeng nonchalantly told them, "Each of you pick a target, lure it aside, and think of a way to beat it. Remember to stay within 100 yards of me at all times." Upon hearing Shurfeng's words, Wu Lingling couldn't help herself from asking, "What about the other monsters, Instructor Shur?" Immediately, the other students looked toward Shurfeng as well, curious to know the answer. Everyone had selectively chosen to ignore the part where Shurfeng required them to each lure a monster away. For them, accomplishing such an action wasn't at all difficult. The truly troublesome part was the remaining several hundred demonized half-orcs, particularly the Great Lord-ranked half-orc warriors. Normally, it would take several Tier 3 experts working together to defeat even one of these monsters. "Leave the rest to me," Shurfeng calmly replied. However, despite Shurfeng's calm and gentle tone, his words stunned everyone present. Even Wu Lingling, who believed in Shurfeng's strength, couldn't help but be surprised. Under normal circumstances, even a Tier 4 player wouldn't dare to fight against a large number of Great Lords unless they possessed a significant advantage in basic attributes. After all, there was strength in numbers. Not to mention, monsters in God's domain typically knew how to work together in battle. With their high HP, they could exhaust and kill a Tier 4 player without any problems. Currently, let alone having an advantage in basic attributes, Shurfeng didn't even have an advantage in tiers or levels. Yet, he spoke as if the approaching monsters were a bunch of insignificant creatures. During the time everyone was in a daze, the 300-plus demonized half-orcs had already arrived within 60 yards of the team. This was already a dangerous distance for both ranged and melee Tier 3 players. "All right, get ready," Shurfeng said, bringing everyone back to reality. Immediately, the students instinctively moved into battle positions and began choosing their respective half-orc fighters. Sacred Punishment, Starlight Arrow, Shadow Chaser, Thunder Howl. Wu Lingling and the other 29 students used their skills on their respective targets one after another, aggroing the monsters. Then, following Shurfeng's instructions, they spread out, lured the monsters away from the main group, and started fighting against these 30 half-orc fighters. As to whether they could defeat these half-orc fighters, none of them cared about that now. After all, no matter how their individual battles turned out, they were destined to lose this battle. Subsequently, the rest of the demonized half-orcs started moving closer and closer to Shurfeng. 50 yards, 40 yards, 30 yards. As the main group of half-orcs moved closer and closer to Shurfeng, Wu Lingling and the others also grew more and more nervous. Even the ground trembled at the charge of the 5-meter-tall half-orc fighters. The mana in the air had even turned violent, causing Wu Lingling and the others to experience a suffocating sensation. However, What made this group of demonized half-orcs truly terrifying wasn't their individual prowess. When the half-orcs were within 30 yards of Shurfeng, they suddenly split into two groups and encircled Shurfeng. Over 30 half-orc warriors also took the lead in attacking Shurfeng from all directions, leaving no gaps for Shurfeng to escape through. Wu Lingling's complexion paled at this scene. She did not expect the half-orcs to behave in such a manner. Normally, monsters that had reached level 100 in God's domain would gain a certain degree of intelligence and no longer mindlessly attack players. Instead, they would first probe their opponent's strength and target their opponent's weak points. When faced with such a reckless assault, even a Tier 4 player would have to rely on their superior basic attributes and physique to evade the monster's attacks. If they tried clashing head-on, they would certainly suffer injuries and maybe even get killed. After all, even a Tier 4 player would still take a lot of damage if they received an attack from a Tier 3 Great Lord, let alone a Tier 3 player. While Shurfeng indeed possessed combat standards and techniques that left even Gan Yuan in admiration, he was only a Tier 3 Sword King right now. Moreover, the gear he currently had on him was the default equipment players received when creating a new character in the miniature ancient world. He couldn't afford to make even the slightest mistake when going up against the 30-plus Great Lords with such parameters. Otherwise, death would instantly claim him. Contrasting Wu Lingling's reaction, Shurfeng remained calm even in the face of the half-orc warrior's frenzied assault. It looked as if he hadn't noticed the approaching half-orc warriors. Instead of hastily taking evasive maneuvers, he simply took a small step forward. Shurfeng's action looked incredibly natural and gentle. However, the instant Shurfeng's right foot touched the ground, Wu Lingling and the other students were immediately stunned. Suddenly, the space around Shurfeng had seemingly frozen as all of the half-orc warriors charging at him had stopped moving simultaneously. Although these half-orc warriors quickly started moving again, their movements had become much more sluggish and awkward than before. It looked as if these monsters were trying to maneuver inside a muddy swamp. However, what surprised Wu Lingling and the others the most was the mana surrounding Shurfeng. Previously, the demonized half-orc's presence had caused the ambient mana to grow violent. Now, though none of the demonized half-orcs present were able to influence the mana surrounding them. Moreover, the density of the ambient mana had increased to a point where it had condensed into mist. A mana domain? Qin Wuchen couldn't help but rub his eyes in disbelief when he saw this scene from nearby. Most players in God's domain had trouble improving even the quality of the mana within their own bodies, let alone altering the mana around them. Of course, that wasn't to say that players couldn't accomplish such a feat. One method players could use to accomplish this feat was to set up a magic array to alter an area's mana composition and improve it. However, such magic arrays required many players to operate, with some even requiring the efforts of dozens of players. Apart from magic arrays, there was only one other method players could utilize: mana domains. Normally, players would have to reach the peak of Tier 4 before they even had a chance of creating a mana domain of their own. Even then, the players who managed to acquire a mana domain at Tier 4 were still few and far between. Meanwhile, acquiring a mana domain at Tier 3 was a feat of legends. Any player who managed to create a mana domain at Tier 3 would be invincible among those below Tier 4. However, before Qin Wuchen and the others could recover from their shock, Shurfeng had already started his attack. Normally, swordsmen would try to avoid fighting against groups of enemies, since the swordsman class focused more on single-target combat than group combat. However, Shurfeng did not back down from the half-orc warrior's charge. Unsheathing his two swords, Shurfeng charged at the oncoming half-orc warriors without hesitation. The demonized half-orc warriors were 6-meter-tall giants, wielding great swords of similar sizes to them. Whether it was Shi Feng or the long swords he wielded, both looked tiny and harmless in comparison. Yet, when Shi Feng's longswords clashed with the half-orc warriors' greatswords, the greatswords had shockingly altered their trajectories from Shi Feng and struck the half-orc fighters near them instead. Minus 734,644. Minus 1,432,154. Minus 713,464. Immediately, damage values in the hundreds of thousands appeared above some of the half-orc fighters' heads, some even exceeding 1 million. All of a sudden, the half-orc warriors had gone from being formidable enemies into becoming weapons for Shi Feng. Moreover, the damage output of each of these weapons far exceeded the damage output of the average Tier 3 expert party. It should be noted that the monsters in the miniature ancient world possessed much tougher bodies than monsters on the main continent. A Tier 3 Berserker fully geared, in level 100 Dark Gold equipment would be fortunate to cause 40,000 damage to a level 100 High Lord with their normal attacks. Even if the Berserker used a Tier 3 skill, he would, at most, cause around 100,000 damage. However, Tier 3 skills and spells had cooldowns, and most Tier 3 players would only have a handful of Tier 3 skills and spells in their arsenal. It was impossible for players to continuously attack using Tier 3 skills and spells. Thus, a 6-man party would need a long time to defeat even a level 100 High Lord. Yet, now, Shi Feng needed less than a minute to defeat a demonized half-orc fighter. Every attack Shi Feng, redirected from a half-orc warrior, would hit at least 3 half-orc fighters. As a result, the half-orc fighter's 50 million HP could be seen rapidly decreasing. Even though these demonized half-orcs possessed frightening recovery and could regenerate 2% of their HP every 5 seconds, the amount of HP they recovered was nothing in the face of Shi Feng's damage output. How is this possible? This scene momentarily stupefied Wu Lingling. As the younger sister of Wu Xiaoxiao, the God's Domain Academy's top talent, she had watched many spars between the experts of first-rate guilds before. She had also watched Tier 4 experts grinding out in the fields before. However, none of those experts could manipulate 30-plus great lords and use them as their puppets like Shi Feng. The degree of awareness and control Shi Feng had over his surroundings was simply astounding. Even powerful great lords were nothing but a joke in front of him. However, what Wu Lingling didn't know was that while a mana domain could indeed grant players a significant advantage in manipulating their surroundings, if the difference in basic attributes was too significant, even a mana domain would be of no use. Meanwhile, the demonized half-orc warrior's basic attributes wasn't exceptional among great lords of the same level. On the contrary, the half-orc warriors had average basic attributes for great lords. Rather than basic attributes, the part that made them difficult opponents was their combat standards. Meanwhile, a competition of combat standards was the thing that Shi Feng worried about the least. Thus, he could toy with these demonized half-orcs as if he were messing around with puppets. If Shi Feng were to go up against great lords with basic attributes rivaling grand lords, though even he would have no choice but to evade the monster's attacks. He would simply be seeking a quick death if he tried to divert their attacks. After Shi Feng fought for some time, he took a glance at Wu Lingling and the others. Then he said in the team chat, "Don't just look at me, pay attention to your targets. Although I am suppressing the mobility and basic attributes of these demonized half-orcs with my mana domain, their combat instincts remain unaffected. Their basic attributes are also not at a level where you can casually block their attacks. I won't be able to save you if you get hit." Upon hearing Shi Feng's reminder, Wu Lingling and the others quickly snapped out of their daze and focused their attention on the half-orc fighters in front of them. Sweat had also started covering their foreheads as reality dawned upon them. They had been so shocked by Shi Feng's mana domain, Just now that they had forgotten that it only helped in weakening the enemy, it didn't prevent one from taking damage. Not to mention, this mana domain didn't even belong to them, so it didn't provide them with any performance enhancements. Sure, Foam might have stabilized the situation on his side already, but what about them? What should they do against their respective opponents? They were talking about a level 100 High Lord in the miniature ancient world here. Even frontline tier 3 experts had difficulty fighting a one-on-one battle against a level 100 High Lord. What could students like themselves, who couldn't even be considered experts, do against such an opponent? Don't panic. The maximum reach of these half-orc fighters' normal attacks is 12 yards, and they can only attack up to 6 times in a row. Afterward, they will fall into a brief moment of stagnation to catch their breath. Their speed is no match for yours, neither is their reaction speed. Use this knowledge to find opportunities to attack. While the many students wondered how they should fight against the demonized half-orc fighters before them, Sure Feng's voice rang in their ears once more. An attack range of 12 yards and a maximum attack count of 6. Qin Wuchen's eyes brightened when he heard Sure Feng's advice, the worry on his face lessening. The scariest part about fighting monsters in God's domain was not knowing the limits of a monster. In God's domain, monsters possessed intelligence and were afraid of death. Thus, they would hide their strength in battle, only exposing their limits when necessary. In a way, this was similar to how players fought. Normally, Qin Wuchen and the others would gradually probe the limits of the monsters they fought over the course of the battle. However, they dared not conduct such casual probings with the demonized half-orc fighters, since the other party possessed far superior basic attributes. They would die if they made a mistake. However, now that they knew about the half-orc fighters' limits, their confidence grew. It was akin to having a lamp shine on them as they were walking down a dark road. They now knew what they should do to achieve victory. Subsequently, the students began maintaining a 12-yard gap between themselves and their opponents, preventing any of the half-orc fighters' normal attacks from reaching them. Now, they only had to pay attention to when the half-orc fighters used their skills. The half-orc fighters' movements, when using skills, were vastly different from when they were attacking normally. Thus, it was very easy to tell when they were attacking with a skill. All the students needed to do was figure out how they should dodge these skills. For a time, the students, who were originally at an absolute disadvantage, began holding their ground against the demonized half-orc fighters, neither side getting the better over the other. The more talented of the bunch had even started retaliating against the half-orc fighters, inflicting some damage to the High Lords. Of these talented students, Wu Lingling's performance stood out the most. She grew braver and more excited with every passing moment. Although Wu Lingling had previously sparred with the experts of her elder sister's guild, those experiences did very little in helping her improve. Even though the experts she fought had matched their basic attributes with hers, there was simply too huge a gap in combat standards and techniques. Thus, she could never last more than a few moves against these experts. However, it was a different story for the demonized half-orc fighter before her. Currently, the High Lord was no match for her in terms of reaction speed and mobility, so she could see its movements with perfect clarity. The half-orc fighter's combat standard was also only superior to hers by a small margin, so she could quickly discern her flaws through the half-orc fighter's attacks. As the battle progressed, Wu Lingling could tell that she was improving. Subsequently, time passed by quickly. After battling continuously for several hours and killing several groups of demonized half-orcs, Sure Feng and the others saw their experience bars rising by 15% or more. The half-orc warriors they killed had also dropped plenty of equipment. Originally, Wu Lingling and the others weren't particularly interested in the equipment dropped. After all, the demonized half-orc warriors only dropped level 100 secret silver equipment. Meanwhile, Every one of them was fully equipped in level 100 fine gold equipment, with some even fully equipped in dark gold equipment. Thus, the half-orc warriors' loot held no significance to them. However, when Shifeng shared the statistics of the weapons and equipment dropped, everyone's eyes immediately turned red with desire. Crap! These things buff mana affinity. Qin Wuchen was greatly shocked when he saw the statistics of the level 100 secret silver weapons and equipment Shifeng shared. In the current God's domain, even epic weapons and equipment rarely had attributes that increased the user's mana affinity. Yet now, even the secret silver equipment the demonized half-orc warriors dropped could increase players' mana perception and mana affinity. Although these secret silver weapons and equipment was a measly 5% improvement to mana perception and mana affinity, they could probably sell for more than even level 100 dark gold weapons. Some people might even be willing to trade level 100 epic weapons for these secret silver weapons and equipment. After all, mana was everything in God's domain. There were many people in God's domain who'd be willing to spill blood just to acquire a piece of equipment that improved mana affinity, depending on the item's quality. Some guilds were even willing to wage war with each other. This was because a boost in mana perception and mana affinity could make it much easier for players to ascend through the tiers. Now, that such an effect had appeared on a bunch of level 100 secret silver weapons and equipment. How could Qin Wuchen not be shocked? Meanwhile, after taking a glance at the dozen or so secret silver weapons and equipment, Shifeng said to his students, "There isn't a significant difference in basic attributes between secret silver and fine gold equipment. I recommend that you swap out your fine gold equipment for this secret silver equipment. These things should be of much greater help to you in improving your techniques." To be honest, even Shifeng was surprised that the Withered Ruins monsters could drop such weapons and equipment. If the outside world were to find out about this, the various large guilds would flood the regional dungeon. They might even lock down the area to monopolize these items. Upon hearing Shifeng's words, the students quickly allocated the loot and replaced their old equipment. Then, the group of students continued following Shifeng into the Withered Ruins inner region, slaughtering any demonized half-orcs they came across on the way. Because of their increase in magic affinity, Wu Lingling and the others saw a visible improvement in the completion rate of their skills and spells. They could also move their bodies much more naturally, which in turn improved their combat standards. After battling for over 10 hours, Shifeng and the others arrived in front of the city wall that separated the Withered Ruins' inner and outer regions. Apart from Shifeng's team of 31 players, there was another team of 200 players resting a short distance away. Meanwhile, this 200-man team was none other than the Soulfire adventurer team Wu Lingling and the others encountered at the Withered Ruins entrance. Soulfire's members were currently huddled around campfires, eating and drinking to recover their stamina and concentration. It was evident that they planned to head to the inner region to grind. When Shifeng's team arrived at the inner region's entrance, they immediately attracted the attention of Soulfire's members. When the woman wielding the crystalline epic staff saw Shifeng's team, a look of surprise flashed across her face, and she couldn't help but mutter, "How is this possible?" Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Ew, what's wrong, Rain? Southern Tiger, who had been resting with his eyes shut, asked when he heard the woman's words. "Captain, look at them." The woman named Moon Rain said, as she pointed at Shifeng's team. Hearing this, Southern Tiger followed Moon Rain's finger and looked over to Shifeng's team. Immediately, surprise flashed across Southern Tiger's eyes. Level 101. Chapter 2942, Tier 5 Existence. Chapter 2, 016. Tier 5 Existence. In front of the wall that led to the Withered Ruins inner region, Southern Tiger, Moon Rain, and the other members of Soulfire couldn't help but be shocked when they saw Shifeng's team. Level 101. How can their team reach this place? Questions appeared in the minds of Soulfire's members one after another. Some of them even rubbed their eyes, thinking that they were hallucinating. Captain, could they be monsters disguised as players? Moon Rain asked in a quiet voice as she warily looked at Shifeng's team. Moon Rain had scrutinized Wu Lingling and the other students at the dungeon's entrance, so she knew what kind of combat standards they possessed, let alone reaching the Withered Ruins inner region. These students would be fortunate if they could last even half an hour in the outer region. Yet, now, not only did Wu Lingling and the others reach the inner region's entrance, but they had even managed to level up within this short period. Moreover, none of them looked to be in a miserable state. No matter how Moon Rain looked at this situation, she couldn't help but find it unbelievable. Instances of monsters disguising themselves as players were not unheard of, and monsters capable of such disguises were incredibly dangerous in God's domain. This was because these monsters were not only highly intelligent, but they were also capable of devouring players. Meanwhile, players that were devoured would not only be prevented from logging into the game for half a month, but they would also permanently lose a small portion of their basic attributes. To make matters worse, even high-ranking identification skills did not work on these monsters. One would need a top-tier identification skill to see through their disguises. Meanwhile, out of the 200 players in their team, only Southern Tiger owned a top-tier identification skill. No, they are indeed the people we met at the entrance. They aren't disguised monsters, Southern Tiger said, shaking his head. Then in a confused voice, he continued, I'm not sure if my senses are playing tricks on me, but I feel that they have undergone a slight transformation since we last met them. Transformation? Moon Rain started paying closer attention to Wu Lingling and the others after hearing Southern Tiger's words. Is it their equipment? Southern Tiger was one of Soulfire's 16 captains. While he might not be the strongest captain, he was the best when judging people. If Southern Tiger said that a person had changed, it was almost certainly true. However, even after scrutinizing Wu Lingling and the others for some time, Moon Rain failed to see any substantial change in these students. Apart from their levels, the only difference she could see in these students was their equipment. Moreover, it wasn't a positive change, but a negative one instead. Initially, these students had been fully equipped with fine gold and dark gold weapons and equipment. Yet now, many of them had secret silver weapons and equipment mixed in their gear. If Moon Rain was meeting these students for the first time, she would have mistakenly assumed that they were players who had recreated their accounts. It's not their equipment. It's their attitude that has changed, Southern Tiger said. Then, after taking a moment to think, he continued, Yes, it's their composure. Every one of them looks much more composed now than before. Composure? Moon Rain took another look at Wu Lingling and the others. Thanks to Southern Tiger's hint, realization quickly hit her. If Moon Rain were to equate the students she saw at the dungeon's entrance as frightened rabbits, the students she was looking at now were akin to seasoned hunters. Even after arriving at the inner region's entrance, Wu Lingling and the others behaved calmly and showed no sense of crisis. Meanwhile, this was a strange sight, no matter how Moon Rain looked at it. The Withered Ruins was a hell-mode regional dungeon. Even frontline experts would need to remain at high alert when roaming in the dungeon's outer region, let alone the area close to the inner region's entrance. Even their team was no exception. Although they were currently resting in front of the inner region's entrance, none of them had loosened their guard. This was because even the slightest mistake could lead to the annihilation of their team, which would, in turn, waste all of the efforts they had put into grinding previously. However, Wu Lingling and the others currently behaved as if they were on a sightseeing trip. None of them showed any signs of crisis whatsoever. Maybe they didn't encounter any monsters on the way here. Moon Rain asked. The change in the behavior of Wu Lingling's group was simply too unbelievable. No matter how she racked her mind, she couldn't figure out what gave these students the confidence to behave so calmly in front of the dangerous inner region's entrance. The only reasonable explanation Moonrain could come up with was that these students had not encountered any monsters on the way here. After all, players would be teleported to a random location when they entered the dungeon. It might be possible that Wu Lingling and the others had been teleported to a safe location, thus explaining their calm behavior. However, Southern Tiger couldn't help but roll his eyes at Moonrain when he heard her words. Then, he said, if they didn't encounter any monsters, do you think they could reach level 101 before us? Ah, you're right. Moonrain immediately realized the flaw in her explanation. However, this outcome only served to further confuse her. But how can they reach this place so quickly with their strength? We have a 200-man team, while their team only has 31 players. Moreover, every one of them is so weak. Although the Withered Ruins teleportation was random, those teleported to the outer region wouldn't be transported anywhere close to the inner region. Moreover, the closer one got to the inner region, the more monsters one would encounter. Moonrain found it hard to believe that a team as weak and small as Wu Lingling's group could reach the inner region's entrance so quickly. My guess is that it is related to that male swordsman, Southern Tiger said, as he shifted his gaze to Shurfeng. Then, a hint of fighting spirit appeared in his eyes as he continued, "It's been a long time since I came across such a powerful expert. I didn't think I would actually meet one in the miniature ancient world." Moonrain followed Southern Tiger's gaze and looked at Shurfeng as well. However, when she saw Shurfeng's terrible equipment and sensed his lack of presence, she couldn't help but grow confused and asked, "He's an expert?" Even the average Tier 4 expert could easily secure themselves a full set of level 100 epic equipment when they entered a miniature ancient world, let alone someone capable of being regarded as an expert by Southern Tiger. In God's domain, anyone Southern Tiger regarded as an expert would be at the half-step Tier 5 standard at the very least. Meanwhile, such experts were existences capable of serving as the cornerstones of first-rate guilds. These existences could easily get a 1,000-man expert team to help them level up should they choose to do so. Yet, what about Shurfeng? Not only was he geared in secret silver equipment, but the team he led only had 31 players. To make matters worse, his teammates were nothing but children with immature combat standards. If she were to tell others that a half-step Tier 5 expert was using such equipment and leading such a team, others would probably call her out as crazy. It's normal that you can't tell. Real experts will never show their true colors, whether it is their killing intent or aura. They will only reveal these things when they take action, as this is a sign that they have perfect control over their bodies, Southern Tiger said, chuckling when he saw Moonrain's skepticism. Seeing that he can conceal his aura to such an extent, I'm guessing that his combat standard might be at the level of Blue Smiles. How is that possible? Moonrain couldn't help but look at Southern Tiger skeptically. Not only was Blue Smile Soulfire's honorary elder, but she was also a Tier 5 Guardian Knight. She was one of Soulfire's strongest combatants, and her combat standard had already reached an inhuman level. So, Moonrain found it unbelievable that an expert of Blue Smile's caliber had entered the miniature ancient world and was even grinding together with a bunch of children. Seeing that Moonrain still doubted him, Southern Tiger did not try to persuade her further. This was because even he wasn't sure about his conjecture. After all, Tier 5 experts were esteemed individuals in God's domain. These experts were typically busy searching for ways of getting promoted to Tier 6. There was no way they would casually abandon their past achievements to enter the miniature ancient world. Meanwhile, during the time Moonrain and Southern Tiger were conversing with each other, Shi Feng's group had also arrived in front of the city wall that measured several dozen meters in height. Then, when Wu Lingling and the other students saw Soulfire's team resting in front of the wall, every one of them grew ecstatic. Instructor Shi is amazing. We actually caught up to Soulfire's exploration progress. I'm definitely going to boast about this to my old classmates. I'm not dreaming, right? We outleveled Soulfire's team. Previously, when Wu Lingling and the others had been continuously slaughtering demonized half-orcs with Shi Feng and refining their combat standards, they already knew that their leveling speed had surpassed that of the average expert. However, they never thought that their leveling speed would surpass Soulfire's team. However, before everyone could get too excited, Shi Feng suddenly said, "Everyone quiet down. It's getting late, so we will log off here for today. We'll proceed to the inner region after the Academy's enrollment ceremony, so make sure to rest up." When everyone heard Shi Feng's words, they couldn't help but grumble in complaint. They felt that it was still too early to rest. After all, they were still brimming with energy, and there were still 2 hours left until the enrollment ceremony. So, they eagerly suggested that they enter the inner region now. By doing so, not only could they enter the inner region before Soulfire's team, but they could even hone their techniques against stronger monsters. However, Shi Feng shot down every one of his students' suggestions. Players in God's domain might be able to mitigate their fatigue using stamina and concentration recovery potions, but these items did not reduce the mental stress they experienced. After grinding continuously for so many hours, everyone's minds had long since entered an incredibly tense state. If he let his students fight in such a state, they wouldn't achieve any significant improvements. Rather than wasting time trying to achieve negligible improvements, it'd be better if everyone got some rest now. That way, they would be able to explore the inner region with much greater efficiency afterward. Faced with Shi Feng's rejection, Wu Lingling and the others had no choice but to log out and rest. After all, they'd be committing suicide if they insisted on going into the inner region without Shi Feng. After seeing all 30 of his students log out, Shi Feng chose to rest as well. Today would be the first day he officially began his duties as one of the God's Domain Academy's instructors. After all, he could no longer act with as much freedom as he did in his previous life. However, as the mansion Shi Feng lived in was quite distant from the God's Domain Academy, by the time he arrived, there were only 15 minutes left until the enrollment ceremony began. He had just barely arrived on time. Originally, Shi Feng didn't think much of the enrollment ceremony. However, when he entered Jinhai University's indoor arena, he couldn't help but be surprised by the scale of the enrollment ceremony. What's going on? At this time, not only were there over 1,000 students standing in the arena, but there were also many executives of first- and second-rate guilds seated on the spectator stands. Based on the seating arrangements, there should be at least 30 guilds present. Rather than an enrollment ceremony, it looked more like a fighting competition was being held here. Meanwhile, when Shi Feng arrived at the seats reserved for instructors, the several dozen instructors present immediately turned to look at Shi Feng and began a quiet discussion among themselves. "So, he's Shi Feng? The ex-guild leader of Shadow? I didn't think he would dare show himself. Does he not know that Gu Iren is attending the ceremony in person today? Maybe he thinks that Wu Lingling can win against Gu Iren's cousin. She is one of the few freshmen capable of rivaling Gu Tong. After all, he must be dreaming. Wu Lingling might stand a chance in a one-on-one fight, but the competition is a team battle. Gu Tong has 2 other talented freshmen on his team, while Wu Lingling has nobody. There is no way Wu Lingling can hold off 3 people by herself. I heard that Gu Iren has personally come here to watch his cousin secure the championship for the freshman competition today. If Gu Tong secures the championship, he will become an unofficial internal member of Shadow and get the opportunity to visit the secret pavilion's branch headquarters. Many of the instructors present secretly ridiculed Shi Feng for his shamelessness and overestimating himself when they saw him attending the enrollment ceremony. After all, even though he had already been dismissed from Shadow, he still planned to rely on Wu Lingling, whom Shi Feng had tricked into becoming his student to increase his reputation. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Meanwhile, Luo Tiancheng couldn't help but smirk gleefully when he thought of what was to come. Let's see how you embarrass yourself when you try to compare with Guild Leader Gu. Amidst the various instructors' quiet discussions, the God's Domain Academy's enrollment ceremony officially began. After the Academy's director finished her speech, the executives of the various attending guilds also went up the stage to give a short speech. The sweet promises these executives made excited the freshmen present, and many of them couldn't help but wish they could join these large guilds immediately. Meanwhile, after the various guild executives finished their speeches, the highly anticipated freshman competition also officially began. Immediately, the mood in the arena soared to its peak. Instructor Shi, did you properly read the competition rules I emailed you? At this time, Lin Yaoyue, who was wearing a black suit that emphasized her enchanting body, approached Shi Feng and asked in confusion, "Are you sure you want to let Wu Lingling participate by herself?" Chapter 2943, Chapter 2.017. One person. Chapter 2943, Chapter 2.017. One person. Although Lin Yaoyue had spoken softly, the instructors present were seated nearby. Moreover, Lin Yaoyue's existence in the G.O.D's Domain Academy was akin to a celebrity. No matter where she appeared, she would become the center of attention of every instructor. Thus, the instructors present all heard Lin Yaoyue's words clearly. For a time, every instructor present couldn't help but S.H.I. plus FT their line of sight toward S.H.I. plus Feng, surprise and confusion in their eyes. He's sending only Wu Lingling? What is he trying to do? Did he not read the rules properly? Does he think it's going to be one-on-one fights? Most of the instructors present had done some research on S.H.I. plus Feng's situation. On one side, there was S.H.I. plus Feng, Shadow's dismissed guild leader. On the other side, there was Gu Yiren, Shadow's newly promoted guild leader. Since Gu Yiren was here to show support to his younger cousin Gu Tong in the freshman compet, Tian, the compet. Tian could be said to be S.H.I. plus Feng's best opportunity to one-up Gu Yiren and show his worth in the G.O.D's Domain Academy. S.H.I. plus Feng even had the necessary conditions to achieve this goal. So long as he paired the incredibly talented Wu Lingling with two other talented students, he would have a high chance to win against Gu Yiren. Yet now S.H.I. plus Feng was letting Wu Lingling partic. P8 by herself? It should be known that Wu Lingling and Gu Tong had similar results in the entrance evaluation. Both had reached the trial tower's 5th floor early stage. So, the two could be regarded as evenly matched, and it wouldn't be strange for any of them to win against each other. Although Gu Tong's teammates were stronger than any of S.H.I. plus Feng's other students, Wu Lingling still had a winning chance, so long as she had reliable teammates to support her. Although the compet, Tian's rules did not state that partic 1P. Aiding teams needed to have 3 members, sending a one-man team to partic 1P. 8 was no different from forfeiting the compet. Tian. Instructor Luo, do you think that instructor S.H.I. plus got scared after experiencing Guild Leader Gu's frightening aura? A young junior instructor sitting beside Luo Tiancheng asked. Then he smirked and continued, even if he's unwilling to embarrass S himself and forfeit the match, There's no need to have Wu Lingling partic. 1. P. ate by herself. If Wu Xiaoxiao learns of this, his career as an instructor will probably come to an end. Everyone capable of enrolling into the G.O.D's Domain Academy possessed a certain degree of talent. Even if Wu Lingling was superior to her peers, she hadn't reached a level where she could fight multiple opponents by herself. Not to mention, having teammates meant that one could execute many more strategic maneuvers. Thus, Wu Lingling would face an overwhelming defeat even if she fought in a 2-on-1 matchup, let alone a 3-on-1 matchup. Wu Xiaoxiao, one of the G.O.D's Domain Academy's brightest students, definitely wouldn't be willing to watch her little sister suffer a miserable defeat. Even if everyone could understand the reason for Wu Lingling's miserable defeat, it still wouldn't sound nice when others talked about it. Meanwhile, if a top student like Wu Xiaoxiao tried to seek justice for this matter, the academy would probably fire S.H.I. plus phone without hesitation. After all, S.H.I. plus phone was merely a newly hired junior instructor. In regards to this situation, Luo Qiancheng glanced at S.H.I. plus phone and sneered, saying, "You can't say that about instructor S.H.I. plus. Who knows? Instructor S.H.I. plus might be aiming to replicate senior instructor Chi's achievement several semesters ago and make a name for himself in this freshman compet." 1. Tie-in. How is that possible? Instructor Chi was in charge of the academy's golden duo at the time. Although Wu Lingling is a genius in her own right, she is still only one person, the young junior instructor said, shaking his head. However, he also understood that Luo Qiancheng was trying to ridicule S.H.I. plus phone, so he didn't continue detailing the matter. In reality, there had been many past instances where instructors would send only 1 or 2 students to represent them in the freshman compet. 1. Tie-in. However, out of the many instructors who did so, only Instructor Chi had ever secured the champions. H.I. plus P. Moreover, his achievement was largely attributed to his 2 students being twins. Not only did these twins have incredible talent, but they also had extraordinary coordination. Thus, they managed to win despite fighting in 2-on-3 matchups. However, Wu Lingling's situation was different. She didn't even have someone to rely on, let alone a twin sibling. In such a situation, she wouldn't even get through the preliminary round, let alone winning against Gu Tong's team of 3. In the meantime, S.H.I. plus Feng ignored the discussions taking place around him and calmly nodded to Lin Yaoyue, saying, "MHM, just her. It won't be interesting if I send too many." It won't be interesting. Lin Yaoyue was momentarily stunned when she heard S.H.I. plus Feng's answer. Her mind failed to comprehend what S.H.I. plus Feng was trying to say. As for the instructors seated nearby, they laughed when they heard S.H.I. plus Feng's answer. It won't be interesting if he sends too many? Does he think it's interesting to watch 3 people gang up on one person? Then, could he be insane? I don't know whether instructor S.H.I. plus is insane, but I do know he'll go insane once Wu Xiaoxiao finds out about this. The many instructors present discussed and laughed over S.H.I. plus Feng's words. Some instructors also started to look forward to the end of the compet. 1. Tie-in. After all, body in the academy had ever seen Wu Xiaoxiao go berserk before. However, they might just get the opportunity to see it this time. While a commotion was taking place over the instructor's seating area, the academy's dean also officially announced the start of the freshman compet. 1. Tie-in. The compet. Tie-in's format was simple. There were 6 virtual gaming pods prepared in the center of the arena, and partic 1. P. Aiding teams would fight each other in the virtual realm. There was also a holographic screen projected above the gaming pods to allow spectators to see the fights. Partic 1P. Ants would automatically receive a virtual body with a level 100 Tier 3 physique and weapons and equipment of similar quality when they entered the virtual realm. Afterward, all they needed to do was select their CLA, SES, and they would be automatically teleported into a randomized battlefield that spanned a radius of 200 yards. Unlike the professional league, the freshman compet 1 tie-in was a contest of skills and tactics. Meanwhile, after the dean explained the compet 1 tie-in rules, he also revealed the list of Partic 1P aiding students and their respective teams. Then, when Wu Lingling saw the teammates she had, or lack thereof, she couldn't help but have a huge headache. Is instructor SHI plus insane? Wu Lingling was a little stunned when she saw that SHI plus Feng's team only had her name in it, although she had long since known that she would be chosen to Partic 1P8 in the compet 1 tie-in. She never thought she would do so without even a single support. As soon as Wu Lingling snapped out of her daze, she immediately tried to call SHI plus Feng and ask him why he was having her Partic 1P8 by herself. Wu Lingling admitted that her combat standard had improved significantly after her training session in the Withered Ruins. He had also learned many evasive maneuvers from SHI plus Feng, which elevated her dodging standard to a whole new level. However, she hadn't gotten so arrogant as to think she could go up against 3 opponents simultaneously. Even if all 3 of her opponents were freshmen capable of only reaching the trial tower's 4th floor, it didn't matter. In a situation where all Partic 1P ants had similar basic attributes, weapons, and equipment, so long as the other party didn't foolishly take independent action, their victory against her would be guaranteed. However, before Wu Lingling could call SHI plus Feng, the holographic screen in the middle of the arena revealed the first matchup of the compet 1 tie-in. Upon seeing the matched teams, the entire arena instantly fell silent. As if fate was toying with her, Wu Lingling had gotten matched against Gu Tong's team in the very first round. The matchup that everyone thought would only appear in the final round had actually appeared in the first round. Wu Lingling doesn't have any teammates. Wu Lingling is Partic 1P aiding by herself? Is she insane? Surprise and confusion flashed across Gu Tong's eyes when he saw the information displayed on the holographic screen. Out of the 1,000 or so freshmen this year, the only person Gu Tong acknowledged as his rival was Wu Lingling, Wu Xiaoxiao's younger sister. As for everyone else, he placed no importance on them at all. Once he defeated Wu Lingling, he even planned to challenge Wu Xiaoxiao before graduating, becoming a legend in the GOD's Domain Academy. While everyone was still trying to process this situation, the mechanical voice of the compet tie-in's administrative system echoed throughout the arena. May the Partic 1P ants of both teams enter the virtual gaming cabins. The match will begin in 1 minute. The mechanical voice interrupted everyone's thoughts. When Wu Lingling saw Gu Tong's team walking to the gaming cabins, she gritted her teeth and swiftly made her way to the center of the arena as well. Then, she laid down into a gaming cabin and entered the virtual arena. While both teams were waiting for the timer to count down and the system to teleport them to a random battlefield, Gu Tong's team members couldn't help but look at Gu Tong and ask, "Boss Gu, should we step aside and let you fight Wu Lingling one-on-one?" The two of them knew that Gu Tong had originally planned to utilize his victory against Wu Lingling to increase his reputation in shadow. However, now that Wu Lingling was Partic 1P aiding by herself, It'd be meaningless even if the three of them won against her. No. Gutong shook his head. Then, in a definitive tone, he said, "We'll fight together. Since Wu Lingling has given up on the compet, one Tian, she is no longer worthy of being my rival." Chapter 2944, Chapter 18, Shocking Technique. Chapter 2944, Chapter 18, Shocking Technique. Gutong's words were cold and determined, and even his teammates could feel his anger and disdain for Wu Lingling. Bing Shou, use support from range once the match begins. Lai Yun, you keep her distracted with feints. I'll land the finest. Plussing blow on her. Gutong said to his teammates as he unsheathed his two daggers. However, make sure to be careful when you attack her, Lai Yun. Wu Lingling might be a swordsman, but she's even more agile than an Sin. She also has numerous attack patterns. Make sure you do not get caught up with her for too long. It doesn't matter even if your strength is greater than hers. You won't be able to cope with her attacks once the fight prolongs. I understand. You can rest Sure, Boss Gu. Lai Yun, a berserker who was nearly 2 meters tall and clad in armor, said and nodded. Lai Yun was well aware of Wu Lingling's strengths. Even his instructor had praised Wu Lingling for her offensive capabilities in one-on-one combat. When it came to one-on-one combat, Wu Lingling was the undisputed #1 among the freshmen this year, and even Gutong was slightly weaker than her in this regard. Meanwhile, Lai Yun couldn't last more than 10 seconds in a frontal confrontation against Gutong, so he'd be foolish to try to win against Wu Lingling by himself. Bing Shou, when you're attacking Wu Lingling, you don't need to care about me or Lai Yun. Just make sure Wu Lingling cannot chain her attacks, Gutong said as he looked at the short-haired girl, who wielded a bow and wore light armor, standing beside Lai Yun. Many people are watching this compet. One, Tian. We cannot let Wu Lingling have any chances at showing us off. When the girl named Bing Shou heard Gutong's words, her expression immediately sharpened. At this time, she and Lai Yun had already been recognized as reserve internal members of Shadow. Meanwhile, the treatment they would receive as internal members would depend on their performance in today's compet. One, Tian. While Gutong was discussing strategies with his teammates, the timer above the waiting area finished counting down. Immediately, the trio found themselves teleported into a forest and saw Wu Lingling, who wielded 2 long swords and was clad in light silver armor, standing beside a large tree that was around 100 yards away from them. Along with the start of the match, the spectators in the arena also started making a racket. It's finally starting. A forest? Wu Lingling might still have a chance after all. The question now is whether Gutong will go for a one-on-one fight. I heard that Gutong is treating Wu Lingling as his rival, and that he intends on beating her to secure himself as #1 among the freshmen. What a pity! If Wu Lingling's instructor wasn't that plus phone, we could have witnessed an interesting match today. The many students, instructors, and guild executives present held a hushed discussion as they looked at the holographic display with great interest. After Wu Xiaoxiao, Wu Lingling's and Gutong's names received the most attention in the D's Domain Academy right now. Many people would also frequently compare the two with each other. Some people even believed that this generation's freshmen would lead the D's Domain Academy into its golden era because of these two students. However, to everyone's surprise and confusion, Wu Lingling had actually chosen to apprentice under Shadow's ex-guild leader. Now, because of plus phone, she even had to go up against Gutong's team of 3, all by herself. While the spectators outside were discussing among themselves, Gutong did not remain idle on the battlefield. Don't let her escape our sight. Bing Shou, seal her movements. Lai Yun, charge with me. After arriving on the battlefield, Gu Tong immediately analyzed the battlefield and shouted instructions to his teammates. Simultaneously, he activated his stealth skill and charged at Wu Lingling without hesitation. When Lai Yun heard Gu Tong's command, he instantly reacted and activated the Tier 3 flame charge, transforming into a huge ball of flames that charged at Wu Lingling. As for Bingshou, she drew her longbow and used the Tier 3 wind wings against Wu Lingling. Then, as soon as she released her bow, 8 arrows shot out of her bow and transformed into blades of wind that flew at Wu Lingling from multiple directions, cutting off Wu Lingling's paths of escape. When Luo Tiancheng, who sat in the spectator stands, saw the actions of Gu Tong's team, he couldn't help but sneer and think, as expected of the guild leader's little brother, "Beautifully done." Originally, Luo Tiancheng had still been rather worried that Gu Tong would grow soft-hearted against his opponent and choose to fight Wu Lingling one-on-one. If that happened, it would give Wu Lingling a significantly greater chance of winning. That, in turn, would improve S.H.I. plus Feng's performance as an instructor. Thankfully, Gu Tong did not choose to fight Wu Lingling one-on-one. Moreover, he had even wisely instructed his teammate to seal off Wu Lingling's paths of retreat. Now, Wu Lingling had no choice but to clash against Gu Tong's team of 3. In such a situation, Gu Tong's team was almost certain to win. It might even become a landslide victory. If that happened, Wu Xiaoxiao, the Academy's top talent, would definitely come and find trouble with S.H.I. plus Feng. Meanwhile, when Lin Yaoyue saw the development on the battlefield, she couldn't help but frown and glance at S.H.I. plus Feng, who sat in front of her. What is he thinking? Lin Yaoyue couldn't help but be confused by S.H.I. plus Feng's actions. While she wasn't interested in the affairs between S.H.I. plus Feng and Shadow, that didn't mean she was willing to watch one of the Academy's top talents suffer a humiliating defeat in front of so many people. Moreover, S.H.I. plus Feng had just arrived at the G.O.D's Domain Academy. Logically, if he wanted to raise his position in the Academy or prove his value to Shadow, he should cherish Wu Lingling a lot. After all, there had been many instances in the past where instructors of the Academy had received a huge promotion because of a talented student. This was also why the Academy's instructors were willing to sacrifice a lot of their time and resources into nurturing their students. However, no matter how Lin Yaoyue looked at the current situation, it did not seem like S.H.I. plus Feng was trying to nurture Wu Lingling at all. On the contrary, he seemed to be trying to harm Wu Lingling's future. Back on the battlefield, Lai Yun had already arrived before Wu Lingling and swung his battle axe at her, the two-handed weapon releasing a blinding radiance and increasing in size as it made its way to Wu Lingling. At the same time, Gu Tong had used shadow steps and appeared behind Wu Lingling. Then, he brandished his daggers at Wu Lingling's back. Die! Combat technique, Phantom Snake. Immediately, the two gleaming daggers transformed into multiple phantom snakes that struck at Wu Lingling from various blind spots, the attacks seamlessly timed with Lie Yun's gigantified axe. How ruthless! The various instructors and guild executives were astonished when they saw Gu Tong and Lie Yun's joint assault. The two students' joint assault was something even veteran experts like themselves would have trouble dealing with if their basic attributes were equalized. This was because the two students were attacking with the intention of trading lives. In the case of Lai Yun, he was attacking Wu Lingling without paying any regard to his defense. He was fully intent on receiving any counterattacks Wu Lingling launched with his body. Moreover, to ensure his attack landed on Wu Lingling, he had even chosen to use an AoE skill with wide coverage. And seeing how close Gu Tong was to Wu Lingling, it would seem that Lai Yun intended on hitting Wu Lingling even at the cost of hitting Gu Tong. As for Gu Tong, he showed no intentions of dodging Liu Yun's attack, either. Instead, he focused all of his attention on striking Wu Lingling's weak points and sealing off any possible paths of retreat for the swordsman. In this situation, even if Wu Lingling had noticed Gu Tong's presence behind her, there was nothing she could do to avoid both Liu Yun's and Gu Tong's suicidal attacks. The only thing she could do was choose to dodge one of their attacks. However, no matter which attack Wu Lingling chose to evade, she would still end up getting killed by the other person's attack. Normally, in a 3-on-1 situation, the side with the numerical advantage wouldn't have chosen such a suicidal combat method. Instead, they would rely on their numerical advantage to suppress and whittle down their opponent. Yet, Gu Tong's team had chosen this suicidal combat method to ensure their victory and leave Wu Lingling with no opportunities to make a comeback. Back on the battlefield, even when Liu Yun's gigantified axe and Gu Tong's shadow snakes were about to devour Wu Lingling actually remained motionless, behaving as if she had not noticed the 2 attacks coming at her. Did she give up? Gu Tong couldn't help but be confused when he saw Wu Lingling's lack of reaction. In his opinion, an expert like Wu Lingling should more or less put up a struggle even when faced with such a hopeless situation. Yet now, it seems I have overestimated you, Gu Tong said, his eyes filled with disappointment. At the same time, his hands also moved with greater speed as he planned to end this boring battle quickly. However, as soon as Gu Tong finished speaking, a crisp and sweet voice suddenly appeared from beside him. I think so as well. Gu Tong was startled when he heard this voice. This was because he couldn't be any more familiar with this voice. Wu Lingling. This was Wu Lingling's voice. Glancing at the source of the voice, Gu Tong immediately found himself stunned. Through the corner of his eyes, Gu Tong actually saw Wu Lingling standing a short distance away from him, behaving like a spectator as she watched him and Liu Yun executing their suicidal assault. Gu Tong wasn't the only one who saw this scene. Liu Yun and Bing Shou also saw this scene. However, unlike Gu Tong, they quickly recovered from their shock and started shouting at Gu Tong to get out of the way in a panic. After all, with Liu Yun's combat standards, he was incapable of altering his attack trajectory this late into his attack. Meanwhile, a full-powered attack from a Tier 3 Berserker was not something a Tier 3 Sin could survive. So, Gu Tong's only chance to live now was to dodge Liu Yun's attack. Only that evidently wasn't possible with Gu Tong's current state of mind. Meanwhile, when the various instructors and guild executives saw this scene, they couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Mirage Steps. Impossible. Mirage Steps is a top-tier footwork among basic combat techniques. Even veteran frontline experts have a hard time learning it. How can a freshman like Wu Lingling master it already? The many experts in the arena quickly understood the cause for 2 Wu Linglings to appear on the battlefield. Seeing as there were no fluctuations in the mana around Wu Lingling, the girl definitely did not use a skill or spell. Thus, the only explanation they could come up with for this situation was that Wu Lingling had executed Mirage Steps, a basic combat technique. However, Mirage Steps was a special footwork that even frontline experts had difficulty mastering. Anyone capable of mastering it would be regarded as a powerful expert even in first-rate guilds. Is this the reason for his confidence? At this time, even Lin Yaiyue was surprised when she saw this scene, her eyes inadvertently turning to S.H.I. plus Feng, who currently wore a calm expression on his face. Chapter 2945, Chapter 19. Monster. Chapter 2945, Chapter 19. Monster. Most of the spectators in the arena were shocked when they saw the footwork Wu Lingling executed. The only exceptions were Qin Wuchen and the other students who had fought alongside Wu Lingling in the Withered Ruins. Their expressions remained calm throughout the entire process. Meanwhile, after seeing Wu Lingling's performance, Qin Wuchen's friend from high school enviously said to him, "So this is why you decided to follow a newbie instructor, Wuchen? I didn't know you had such a strong CLA. S rep. Her footwork is simply amazing. With her taking the lead, your CLA S will be blessed when competing for school resources in the future." The D's Domain Academy might have abundant resources. It didn't mean that it could afford to waste them. Not to mention, the Academy's goal was to produce expert players. Thus, rather than treating all students equally, the Academy distributed its resources based on the students' performances. While this might seem like a harsh method of education, the world of experts in D's domain was cruel. Meanwhile, if students of the Academy wished to obtain more resources, apart from choosing a good instructor and working hard, they could also pray for capable CLA mates. This was because the Academy would hold monthly CLA compet 1 tie-ins for resource distribution. In these monthly compet 1 tie-ins, students from the CLA SES ranked within the top 3 would each receive a bottle of A-rank nutrient fluid. They would also receive free access to the school's simulation training room for 3 days, allowing them to spar against simulated experts. Although the Academy's simulation training room was inferior to that of first-rate guilds, it was still significantly better than the simulation training room of most large guilds. However, as operating a simulation training room consumed high-level energy, even first-rate guilds' experts had few opportunities to use it. Moreover, these experts typically had to pay a huge price to use their guild's simulation training rooms. Yet, the D's Domain Academy was offering this opportunity to its students for free. Thus, the Academy's monthly CLA compet 1 tie-ins were extraordinarily intense. Meanwhile, having capable students like Wu Lingling in a CLA was sure to increase the CLA S's chances of ranking within the monthly compet tie-ins top 3. Amazing footwork. Qin Wuchen couldn't help but look at his friend strangely. The CLA S rep is simply evading Gu Tong and Lie Yun's joint salt normally. I don't know what those two are thinking. Why are they using such predictable attacks? They're not even comparable to the half-orc fighters. Or are they probing the CLA SS rep? Hearing Qin Wuchen's comments, Xiao Yuheng, another one of plus Feng's students, nodded in agreement and said, "That's probably the case. The CLA S rep is the only freshman who rivals Gu Tong. So, Gu Tong must be checking to see if the CLA S rep is qualified for him to get serious. But isn't this too simple of a probe? It feels like he is looking down on the CLA S rep." Xiao Yuheng considered Wu Lingling's current performance to be standard. Wu Lingling was neither underperforming nor overperforming. After fighting in the withered ruins for over a dozen hours, Wu Lingling had already become capable of holding her ground against 3 demonized half-orc fighters. As for the other students in plus Feng's CLA while they couldn't match Wu Lingling's performance, they could still withstand the joint assault of 2 half-orc fighters. Meanwhile, the half-orc fighters' attack patterns were varied and constantly changing. It was especially true when they worked together. If one was not careful when going up against multiple half-orc fighters, one would quickly find themselves overwhelmed. However, Gu Tong and Lie Yun's joint salt was nothing like that. While Gu Tong and Lie Yun might seem to have good coordination with each other, their attack patterns were simple and predictable. So long as one grasped the timing of their attacks, it wouldn't be difficult to dodge their joint salt. In Xiao Yuheng's opinion, at least half of plus Feng's CLA could dodge this joint salt, let alone Wu Lingling, the S's top student. As for the afterimages Wu Lingling created, that was merely the byproduct of an evasive maneuver, which was part of the aerobic exercise, plus Feng had taught them previously. The evasive maneuver required them to exert the muscles in their entire body during the moment of evasion, going from static to top speed instantly. Not only could the instantaneous burst of speed prevent their opponents from predicting the trajectory of their evasion and launching follow-up attacks, but it could also fool their opponent's vision, making their opponents see an afterimage of themselves. During the training session in the Withered Ruins, plus Feng had already explained the theory behind this evasive maneuver to them. Meanwhile, the faster one could go from static to top speed, the more realistic one's afterimage. However, the fact that Wu Lingling had managed to create a realistic afterimage with her evasive maneuver shouldn't be regarded as anything amazing. On the contrary, the afterimage should be considered an unwanted byproduct instead. When a truly powerful expert executed an evasive maneuver, they wouldn't create any visual afterimages at all. Instead, they would vanish from their opponent's field of vision completely, their evasive technique making it so that their opponent's brain became unaware of their presence. To be precise, the evasive technique created visual signals so complex that the human brain couldn't process them. Thus, the brain would actively ignore such signals, thereby erasing the technique user's presence completely. Indeed, at least half of our CLAs can dodge such a simple probing attempt. I honestly don't know what's going through Gu Tong's and Liu Yun's minds, Qin Wuchen said, nodding in agreement with Xiao Yuheng's comment. However, as soon as Qin Wuchen finished speaking, his high school CLAs mate and the freshmen from other CLAs SES sitting nearby were immediately rendered speechless. Simple probing attempt. At least half the CLAs could dodge it? Were they even speaking the same language? It should be known that Wu Lingling's current performance had amazed even the many guild executives present. Yet, Qin Wuchen and Xiao Yuheng regarded Wu Lingling's performance as nothing special. Did these two think everyone else was an idiot? While everyone was talking about Wu Lingling's footwork, Gu Tong had used the Tier 3 life-saving skill Shadowless Step to forcibly enter stealth. Then he used the 0.5-second invulnerability period the skill provided to tank Liu Yun's attack, allowing him to avoid the awkward situation of getting heavily injured due to friendly fire. However, after using up his life-saving skill, Gu Tong fell into the predicament of having no means of escaping Wu Lingling's follow-up attacks. The since CLAs wasn't designed for frontal combat. The CLAs plus Ned most when executing surprise attacks and dexterous combat methods. In contrast, not only was Wu Lingling's swordsman CLAs adept at frontal combat, but Wu Lingling herself was also known for her agile combat style. Because of these factors, Gu Tong continuously lost HP when he clashed blades with Wu Lingling, and although Liu Yun was frantically trying to attack Wu Lingling from behind, Wu Lingling seemingly had eyes growing on the back of her head, as she could always evade Liu Yun's attacks at the very last moment. In this situation, Liu Yun might as well not exist, as his attacks were hardly doing anything to affect Wu Lingling's fight with Gu Tong. Damn it! How is she so strong? Has she been hiding her strength all this time? Feelings of frustration and confusion filled Gu Tong's heart as he desperately tried to defend against Wu Lingling's attacks. Liu Yun and Bing Shou also experienced the same feelings when they saw Wu Lingling evade every one of their attacks with little effort. After the clash continued for around 20 seconds, Wu Lingling successfully whittled Gu Tong to death. As for Liu Yun and Bing Shou, they didn't even last 20 seconds against Wu Lingling after losing their team's core. When the administrative system announced the end of the match, Silence filled the arena's spectator stands as everyone turned to watch Wu Lingling climb out of her virtual gaming cabin, their eyes looking at Wu Lingling as if they were looking at a monster. Chapter 2946, Chapter 20. Merely a junior instructor. Chapter 2946, Chapter 20. Merely a junior instructor. What a monstrous talent! Even the top talents of first-rate guilds can hold a candle to her. I never thought Wu Lingling's talent would actually surpass that of Wu Xiaoxiao's. Shortly after Wu Lingling exited her gaming cabin, voices of exclamation filled the arena. The Academy's instructors and various guild executives, in particular, looked at Wu Lingling as if she were their golden goose. As for Luo Tiancheng, his eyes were close to popping out of their sockets as he looked at Wu Lingling in utter disbelief. Impossible! How can Wu Lingling be this strong? Gu Tong, the younger cousin of Shadow's current guild leader Gu Yiren, had actually lost to Wu Lingling even while having a numerical advantage. After this incident, Shadow's plans to expand its influence in the D's Domain Academy had thoroughly become a joke. Meanwhile, unlike everyone else in the arena, Lin Yaoyue did not focus her gaze on Wu Lingling. Instead, she looked at S.H.I. plus Feng, who sat in front of her. So, this was what he meant. Lin Yaoyue had previously been confused when she heard S.H.I. plus Feng saying, "It won't be interesting if I send too many." However, after witnessing this match, she found that S.H.I. plus Feng's words indeed made sense. With Wu Lingling's strength, if the girl gained 2 more people to support her, the match probably would have ended as soon as it began. Gu Tong's team wouldn't have gotten the opportunity to put up any resistance, and the match wouldn't have lasted for several dozen seconds. However, after looking at S.H.I. plus Feng for a moment, Lin Yaoyue couldn't help but sigh and look at the man with a sympathetic gaze. Originally, S.H.I. plus Feng could have relied on Wu Lingling to make a name for himself in the academy and even secure a respectable position in Jinhai City. Unfortunately, it was a sin to possess treasure without having the strength to protect it. In the current era, D's domain had already become a second world for people. In fact, its importance even said that of the real world. After all, people could essentially double their lifespans by living in D's domain. Thus, D's domain had also become a place of compet. 1. Tie-in for both individuals and compet. 1. Tie-in. Meanwhile, organizations seeking to secure a better standing in D's domain needed to recruit highly talented individuals. Although Gu Tong was recognized as a genius by D's Domain Academy, he could only be regarded as such in a third-rate city like Jinhai City. One could find many other geniuses like him in the various first-rate guilds. Thus, none of the various first-rate guilds in D's domain had deemed it necessary to poach him before he met the Academy's requirements to join a guild. Previously, this was also the case for Wu Lingling. Although the first-rate guild Dazzle Wave had already shown signs of trying to recruit Wu Lingling, that was only because of Wu Xiaoxiao's influence and Wu Lingling's relatively good talent. If it weren't for her elder sister, Wu Lingling definitely wouldn't have received such treatment. However, the situation was different now. The talent Wu Lingling displayed had already said that of Wu Xiaoxiao, the Academy's current star, let alone Gu Tong. The various first-rate guilds would definitely fight to recruit such a talent. S.H.I. plus Feng was merely a junior instructor at the Academy who possessed no backing whatsoever. The Academy wouldn't allow S.H.I. plus Feng to nurture a top-tier talent like Wu Lingling. After all, Wu Lingling was the Academy's chance to make a name for itself throughout the country. The Academy's influential senior instructors probably wouldn't let go of this opportunity either. Apart from Lin Yaoyue, many of the intermediate instructors also looked at S, H, I plus Feng with sympathetic gazes. After all, every one of the Academy's senior instructors had already run to the Academy's dean by now, evidently trying to secure her as their apprentice. Moreover, Senior Instructor Qi was even among these people. Not only did Instructor Qi possess deep ties with Shadow, but he was also Gu Tong's instructor. Although the Academy's rules indicated that students couldn't change their instructors for a year after they apprenticed themselves under an instructor, it wasn't impossible to circumvent this rule. So long as the students and instructors involved agreed to the change, students could change instructors at any time. As for top-tier geniuses like Wu Lingling, they wouldn't even need their instructors' consent to change instructors. Wu Xinyang, who was seated in the VIP section, was presently experiencing a huge headache. Jinhai City's D's Domain Academy had 4 senior instructors, and every one of them was an influential individual in Jinhai City. They had nurtured many professional players throughout their career, and even the city's various large guilds respected them greatly. Yet, now, because of Wu Lingling's fight, all 4 of these senior instructors had come running to him in an attempt to secure Wu Lingling as their student. They didn't even care that there were a bunch of guild executives sitting around them. Dean, this is the first time our academy has seen a student as talented as Wu Lingling. We must develop her using the best resources available. That's right. S.H.I. plus Feng is merely a newly hired junior instructor. He doesn't have any resources in D's domain either. The responsibility of nurturing Wu Lingling is too heavy for him. You should leave it to me instead. Dean, I've helped nurture many professional players for the Academy these past few years, but I have never encountered a truly excellent sapling. How about letting me nurture Wu Lingling? I promise she will have a much brighter future than Wu Xiaoxiao. I can even guarantee that she will make it into the A-League. 3 of the 4 senior instructors blabbered away like desperate salesmen in front of Wu Xinyang, their usual arrogance nowhere to be seen. When the various guild executives sitting nearby saw this scene, they couldn't help but be a little dumbfounded. Meanwhile, shortly after the 3 senior instructors finished their sales talk, Instructor Qi, the youngest out of the 4 senior instructors, looked at Wu Xinyang and solemnly said, "Wu Lingling's talent is exceptional, Dean. If you are willing to let Wu Lingling come under my wing, I promise to give her a training slot in World Domination's branch headquarters." As soon as Instructor Qi made his offer, the other 3 senior instructors and various guild executives couldn't help but gasp. None of them had expected Instructor Qi to be willing to pay such a huge price. As a super guild, World Domination was a bona fide Tan and D's domain. It was an existence that far said the various first-rate guilds. Although they had no idea how Instructor Qi had managed to form a connection with a super guild like World Domination, the fact that he was willing to part with a training slot in World Domination was simply absurd. Even if it was only a branch headquarters training slot, it was still something countless geniuses sought to obtain. The training one could acquire through this training slot was something no first-rate guild could ever hope to provide. If Wu Lingling could receive World Domination's training slot, her future would be limitless. This Wu Xinyang hesitated to make a decision. After thinking for a long time, he looked at the 4 senior instructors in front of him and said, "I cannot arbitrarily agree to your requests. This matter requires the approval of Instructor S.H.I. and Wu Lingling herself. If the 2 of them agree to the change, I won't have any problems with it either." "Is that so?" Wu Xinyang's words put the 4 senior instructors into thought for a moment. Then, without saying anything more, the 4 of them turned around and left. Wu Xinyang had already made it clear with his words that he did not wish to offend anyone, and that he wouldn't meddle in this affair. Thus, it was up to them to persuade Wu Lingling to become their apprentice. As for S.H.I. plus Feng, he was a non-factor. He was merely a junior instructor in the academy. After all, he had nothing to offer Wu Lingling. According to the rumors they heard, he was even someone dismissed by Shadow. So long as Wu Lingling agreed to become their apprentice, it wouldn't matter even if S.H.I. plus Feng opposed the change. After the 4 senior instructors left the VIP section, Wu Xinyang and the various guild executives returned their attention to the central display. However, after witnessing the match between Wu Lingling and Gu Tong's team, it became a little boring to watch the matches of the other students. 2 hours later, the freshman compet 1 tie-in ended without any suspense. To body surprise, Wu Lingling became the compet tie-ins champion and won the privilege of visiting the secret pavilion's branch headquarters a few days later, earning the envy of Gu Tong and the other freshmen. After the freshman compet 1 tie-in ended, Gu Tong went out of his way to appear before Wu Lingling and enthusiastically declared, "Just you wait, Wu Lingling! You might have won this time, but don't think I'll just let you have Instructor Chi's training slot in world domination so easily." After saying so, Gu Tong turned around and left. However, despite his arrogant statement, none of the freshmen nearby thought that he was being overconfident. After all, everyone present was aware that Gu Tong's cousin was Gu Iren, Shadow's current present, and a genius nurtured internally by world domination. The resources he had access to far surpass said that of the average person. However, Wu Lingling couldn't help but be confused by this situation. Since when did she possess a training slot in world domination? Ignore that crazy B. S-T-A-R-D-C-L-A-S Instructor S.H.I. plus told us to get online as soon as the compet 1 tie-in ends. Qin Wuchen reminded Wu Lingling when he saw her deep in thought. We'll be exploring the withered ruins in a region next. We might miss the chance to get in if we're late. Upon hearing Qin Wuchen's words, Wu Lingling quickly snapped out of her daze and followed Qin Wuchen to the academy's rest area. D's Domain Academy, Instructor's Rest Area. Just as S.H.I. plus Feng was about to enter one of the private rooms and log into D's domain, a familiar figure approached him. This person was none other than Luo Tiancheng, the right-hand man of Shadow's Director Lan Hailong. At this moment, though, instead of the hostile and contemptuous expression he previously wore, Luo Tiancheng currently wore a wide smile on his face. "What are you looking at me like that for, Instructor Luo?" S.H.I. plus Feng calmly asked as he looked at the hindrance blocking his way. "Do you have some good news to tell me?" "You guessed correctly. I did come here with good news," Luo Tiancheng said, nodding. "The Academy's senior instructor Qi has set his sights on Wu Lingling, so Director Lan plans to give you a chance. So long as you hand over the position of Wu Lingling's instructor, Director Lan will allow you back into Shadow. Although you won't be able to return to the guild leader position, it shouldn't be a problem for you to become a team leader for one of the guild's second-line teams. With that position, you won't have to worry about money for the rest of your life." "I see." S.H.I. plus Feng had more or less expected something like this to happen, so he wasn't surprised by Luo Tiancheng's good news. Calmly, he said, "In that case, I'll have to trouble you to a word to Director Lan. Instructor Luo." "What is it?" Luo Tiancheng asked with a puzzled look. "Scram." Chapter 21, Arrogant S.H.I. plus Feng. Chapter 21, Arrogant S.H.I. plus Feng, Jinhai City. The top floor of Hailong Tower. Hailong Tower was one of the tallest buildings located in the central business district of Jinhai City. It also served as the Lanhua Group's trademark building. Meanwhile, the room located on Hailong Tower's top floor was a luxurious room that granted one an uninterrupted view of Jinhai City. However, at this moment, even though there were only 2 people inside this room, the atmosphere in the room was incredibly tense. Of the 2 people in the room, the one standing was Luo Qiancheng, while the one sitting on the luxurious leather sofa was a solemn man in his mid-30s. "What did you say?" Lan Hailong asked rhetorically, his cold voice sending S-H-I plus ver down Luo Tiancheng's spine. "Are you trying to tell me that not only did S-H-I plus Feng refuse my kindness, but he even had you convey to me the word scram?" The ident. 1. Tai of the solemn man was none other than Lan Hailong, the true wielder of authority behind the Shadow Guild and the Lanhua Group. He was also the legendary individual who had climbed to the top of Jinhai City by relying on his great business ACU, men and investing all of the Lanhua Group's available resources into tackling D's domain since the game's launch and continuously expanding Shadow's influence in D's domain. All of my words are true, Chief Lan. I even have a complete recording of S-H-I plus Feng's words here. Luo Tiancheng hurriedly said. He was incredibly arrogant back then. He showed no regard for Shadow at all. I wanted nothing more than to teach him a lesson on the spot. Raising an eyebrow at Luo Tiancheng, Lan Hailong asked, "Why didn't you take action, then?" An awkward expression suddenly appeared on Luo Tiancheng's face as he said, "That's the D's Domain Academy we're talking about, Chief Lan. There are many people there. Although I have a much stronger physique than S-H-I plus Feng, I won't be able to do any serious damage to him within a short time. Rather than teaching a lesson, he might end up using the fight as an excuse to file a complaint. Enough with the excuses," Lan Hailong said, stopping Luo Tiancheng in his tracks. "Do you think I'm not aware that you're no match for S-H-I plus Feng? You might have a stronger physique, but his combat experience far surpa SES yours. You'd be fortunate if you could fight him to a draw, let alone teach him a lesson." Hearing Lan Hailong's words, Luo Tiancheng dared not continue making excuses for himself and simply accepted Lan Hailong's harsh criticism. What Lan Hailong said was true, after all. No matter how weak S-H-I plus Feng was in the past, he was still the guild leader of Shadow. Thanks to his high status, he had gotten many opportunities to spar with master-level martial artists. He could easily overcome the small difference in physique with the wealth of combat experience he had mulatted over the past decade. "Chief Lan, should I find an opportunity to go and take care of him with brother who?" Luo Tiancheng suggested. The brother who Luo Tiancheng mentioned was Zhou Yuhu, the deputy chief instructor of Shadow's training center. Although Zhou Yuhu didn't possess much skill in D's domain, he had not stopped training his body in the real world for even a day throughout the past decade. When it came to combat in the real world, he easily ranked within the top 5 of Shadow. However, Lan Hailong shook his head and dismissively said, "That won't be necessary. S-H-I plus Feng might pose a problem if he were 5 years younger, but his time is already over now. He won't be a threat to us, even if we let him be." "Are we going to let him go just like that, Chief Lan?" Luo Tiancheng asked in an unreconciled tone. You have no idea how arrogantly he acted at the time. He showed no respect to Shadow at all. "That's normal." Lan Hailong chuckled. He now has an excellent student under his belt, so, of course, he has the capital to be arrogant. Even that famous instructor Qi has directly contacted me for this student. It is already certain that Wu Lingling will surpa S. Wu Xiaoxiao in the future. She might even get recruited by a super guild in the future, and Serpa S. The golden generation brought up by Instructor Chi. Instructor Chi was one of the D's Domain Academy's senior instructors. He was an existence that even the executives of Jinhai City's various large guilds had to treat with respect. The reason for this was that several years ago, 2 of his students had successfully joined the Super Guild World Domination. Now, those 2 students had even become members of World Domination's middle management. Their positions were much more prestigious compared to Gu Iren, Shadow's current guild leader. After all, Gu Iren was merely one of the many geniuses nurtured by World Domination. He would have to first Serpa S his peers before he would have a chance at joining World Domination's middle management. It was precisely this reason that Instructor Chi held such prestigious status in the D's Domain Academy, and that Gu Iren had signed his younger cousin to become Instructor Chi's apprentice. Now that Wu Lingling had shown herself to possess talent Serpa Sing even her elder sister, it was entirely possible for her to join the middle management of a super guild in the future if she received proper training. At that time, Foam could rely on his connection with Wu Lingling to put pressure on Shadow. In front of a super guild, a second-rate guild like Shadow was nothing but an insignificant ant. If Shadow failed to handle the situation properly, it might even become history in D's domain. With such a powerful card in his hand, it'd be strange if Foam didn't behave arrogantly. It was also for this reason that Luo Tiancheng was incredibly envious of Foam. He couldn't understand how Foam could be so lucky to acquire a student like Wu Lingling. However, Foam won't be able to stay arrogant for very long, Lan Hailong said, smiling. A good student is all that he has. If this good student ceases to be his student, he will know how laughable his behavior today is. Chief Lan, don't tell me you're planning on using that slot. Luo Tiancheng asked, as he suddenly thought of something. Yes. Lan Hailong nodded. While the legacies in those special dungeons are valuable, they're worth nothing if we don't have the necessary talent to make use of them. Rather than waste our legacy slot on an ordinary genius, it'd be much better if we use it to win over Wu Lingling. With our legacy slot and the benefits Instructor Chi offered, Wu Lingling will definitely choose to go under Instructor Chi, so long as she isn't a fool. Leave it to you to come up with such a brilliant plan, Chief Lan. If Foam finds out about this, he'll definitely regret the words he said today. Luo Tiancheng said. He couldn't help but laugh when he thought back to Feng's arrogant behavior before. According to the various large guilds' investigations, there were special dungeons located throughout the miniature ancient world. Meanwhile, these dungeons were 1,000-man team dungeons that had never been seen on the main continent before. However, the huge entrance limit and 1-week cooldown of these dungeons wasn't what made them special. Instead, what made them special was the ancient legacies they dropped. By using these ancient legacies, players would get to inherit crucial information about their respective SES, which would, in turn, increase their chances of advancing to higher tiers in the future. Although Body knew how much improvement these ancient legacies could provide as of yet, even a tiny improvement would make invaluable items. After all, one would typically have to rely on luck to encounter items and events that improved one's chances of ascending to a higher tier. However, raiding these special dungeons was easier said than done. Apart from gathering 1,000 experts, one would also need to make sure that the gathered experts were sufficiently skilled. At the very least, These experts needed to be capable of reaching the late stage of the trial tower's 6th floor. With such stringent requirements, even Shadow, a second-rate guild, could only form one such team. It'd be impossible for an independent player like S.H.I. plus Foam to form such a team. All right, that's it for today. After you return, make sure you find an opportunity to make contact with Wu Lingling. Lan Hailong said. Remember to be quick. Wu Xiaoxiao is still out training with her instructor right now, so she shouldn't be aware of her sister's talent yet. Leave it to me, Chief Lan, Luo Tiancheng said confidently. Immediately afterward, Luo Tiancheng left Hailong Tower and hurried back to the D's Domain Academy. Meanwhile, inside the miniature ancient world, S.H.I. plus Feng and his students had finally finished resting and organizing themselves in the withered ruins outer region. After seeing that all of his students had recovered, S.H.I. plus Feng nodded and said, "All right, time to head inside." Chapter 22, Primordial Archaic Species. Chapter 22, Primordial Archaic Species, Withered Ruins, Inner Region. Upon entering the inner region, S.H.I. plus Feng and his students were greeted by a street lined with dilapidated buildings covered in trees and vines. A strong stench of blood also filled the air, the stench originating from the numerous half-orc corpses that covered the street. Amazing! I can't believe Soulfire managed to clear out so many High Lords and Great Lords, Qin Wuchen exclaimed when he saw the corpses covering the dilapidated street. Even at a glance, he could tell that over 10,000 fresh monster corpses covered the street. Meanwhile, every one of these demonized half-orcs was a level 105 High Lord or above. Yet, Soulfire's members had managed to defeat all of these demonized half-orcs with just a team of 200. Even if one searched through the entire 100-flow city, one was unlikely to find more than a handful of such teams. Standing beside Qin Wuchen, Wu Lingling nodded her head in shock. Then she sighed in relief and said, "Thankfully, we didn't come in before them. Otherwise, we might not even get the chance to escape if we have to face so many demonized half-orcs." The other students on the team also nodded in agreement. Before entering the inner region, everyone was excited to finally grind in the inner region. After all, only a few teams from 100 Flow City could grind in the Withered Ruins inner region. Any team that could grind here would all be made up of top-tier experts. If their team could grind here as well, they would gain a lot of bragging rights among their peers at school. However, after seeing the large number of half-orc corpses littering the street before them, they couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. Although they had already made significant improvements in their combat standards after grinding in the outer region, those improvements were nowhere near enough to help them survive in the inner region. The difference between the Withered Ruins inner and outer regions was simply 2 Ma, as Civ. In the outer region, even the biggest group they faced only had 400 or 500 demonized half-orcs. The number of Great Lords in these groups was also few and far between. However, judging by the Ma's sacre before them, the inner region's monsters should move in groups of thousands or more. Moreover, each group should have hundreds of Great Lords and even several dozen Grand Lords. It should be known that players who entered the miniature ancient world would have their basic attributes suppressed. Currently, even Tier 3 experts had difficulty facing Great Lords in a one-on-one situation. As for Grand Lords, a party of 6 experts would be needed to deal with one at the very minimum. Yet, just one group of monsters in the Withered Ruins inner region had several dozen Grand Lords. If all of these Grand Lords attacked together, even a 1,000-man expert team of the same level would face annihilation if they weren't careful, let alone their small team of 31 players. At this time, Xiao Yuheng, a girl with long golden hair and long pointed ears, suggested to S.H.I. plus Feng, Instructor S. H. I. Plus, how about we go back to the outer region and grind there? The inner region is far too dangerous for our team to deal with. Xiao Yuheng's combat power ranked among the top 5 of S. H. I. plus Feng students. Upon hearing her suggestion, the other students promptly nodded their heads in agreement, while S. H. I. plus Feng's mana domain allowed him to toy with Great Lord ranked demonized half-orcs. Previously, the present situation was different. The scale of the monsters was simply too great. With how many monsters there were, it wouldn't matter even if S. H. I. plus Feng's mana domain could weaken them. These monsters would still trample over their team easily. Meanwhile, S. H. I. plus Feng wasn't surprised by his students' reactions. Any normal player would make such a judgment. Chuckling, he said, "What you say is correct. This place is no longer suitable for you to grind in. With your current strength, even the smallest monster group here would annihilate us. But who said that we were here to grind?" S. H. I. plus Feng's words instantly stunned everyone present. "Did we not come to the withered ruins to grind?" Instructor S. H. I. plus Wu Lingling curiously asked. Others might not know it, but Wu Lingling knew that S. H. I. plus Feng had an agreement with Mysterious Moon's Zhuoyalan. For the sake of acquiring the Dark Moon Outpost's resources, S. H. I. plus Feng had promised to bring 30 experts to help Mysterious Moon in contesting for the outpost. Meanwhile, S. H. I. plus Feng's so-called experts were none other than his students. If they didn't quickly raise their levels right now, they would be making a fool of themselves once it was time to compete for the Dark Moon Outpost. They might even become enemies with Mysterious Moon. After all, Mysterious Moon had placed significant importance on the Dark Moon Outpost. It was also the guild's first step in contending for the miniature ancient world's resources. The guild couldn't allow any mistakes to happen. In response to Wu Lingling's question, S. H. I. plus Feng put on a serious face and said, "That's right. We have already done enough grinding in the outer region. Our goal in entering the inner region now isn't to level up, but to improve our equipment instead. Our leveling speed will be greatly affected if we don't have adequate weapons and equipment." However, despite seeing the logic in S. H. I. plus Feng's words, everyone couldn't help but be rendered speechless. If they couldn't even beat the inner region's monsters, how could they improve their weapons and equipment? "Don't worry and just follow me." Looking at the battle traces, they shouldn't have moved too far away from us. S. H. I. plus Feng said, chuckling when he saw everyone's exasperated expressions. Then he turned around and started marching down the dilapidated street, making his way toward the city's center. Meanwhile, Wu Lingling and the others couldn't help but turn to look at each other, none of them able to make sense of their instructor's words. In a situation where they couldn't even beat the monsters they faced, how were they supposed to improve their weapons and equipment? After Wu Lingling and the others followed S. H. I. plus Feng through the corpse-laden streets for half an hour, they spotted a group of people gathered in front of a ruined plaza some distance ahead. Meanwhile, these people were none other than Southern Tiger and the other members of Soulfire. At this time, though, Southern Tiger and his teammates all bore somber expressions on their faces. Then, when Wu Lingling and the others arrived at the ruined plaza, they couldn't help but gasp in shock. "A fallen angel? How can this be?" Previously, due to the obstructions around the plaza, Wu Lingling and the others had failed to notice anything strange about the plaza. However, after arriving at the plaza's edge, their eyes were immediately attracted to the strange woman standing quietly in the plaza's center. Specifically, they were attracted by the 3 pairs of pitch-black wings on this woman's back. Meanwhile, this winged woman was none other than a fallen angel, a legendary existence capable of rivaling dragons. In D's domain, dragons were synonymous with natural disasters. They could single-handedly destroy entire kingdoms, and even experts at the peak of Tier 5 would have trouble holding their ground against one. Now that an existence capable of rivaling the mighty dragons had appeared in this place, how could everyone not be frightened? No, she's not a fallen angel, S.H.I. plus Feng said, shaking his head. She's not, Wu Lingling asked. Then, after taking a closer look at the woman quietly standing in the middle of the plaza, she continued, but her appearance is similar to the fallen angels I've seen in books and video records. After Wu Lingling posed her question, a deep voice suddenly entered everyone's ears. He's right. She is indeed not a fallen angel. Upon hearing this voice, W. Lingling and the other students promptly turned to its source. Then, they couldn't help but be surprised when they saw a middle-aged man wearing silvery gray heavy armor and carrying two S.H.I. plus elves walking over to them. After all, the middle-aged man who spoke was none other than Southern Tiger, one of Soulfire's 16 captains and a mighty expert in D's domain. Seeing the surprised look on the faces of Wu Lingling and the others, Southern Tiger smiled and said, "If you don't believe me, you can check using an identification skill." Upon hearing Southern Tiger's reminder, Wu Lingling and the others promptly used their identification skills on the distant woman. Tyrian, Realm Lord, Primordial Archaic Species, Mythic, Level 106 HP 6 billion. When everyone saw the strange woman's stats, they finally understood that the strange woman was indeed not a fallen angel. Even so, they still couldn't help but gasp when they saw the strange woman's stats. These stats far surpassed said what an ordinary Tier 4 mythic monster possessed. After seeing the looks of shock on Wu Lingling and the others, Southern Tiger shrugged and said, "Although she isn't a fallen angel, her strength is unquestionable. It is virtually impossible to kill her at this stage of the game." Tyrion's 6 billion HP and corresponding battle recovery were already more than enough to give current teams in the miniature ancient world a huge headache, let alone Tyrion's other attributes. Hearing Southern Tiger's words, the other members of Soulfire couldn't help but reveal bitter smiles. Originally, they thought their team could become the first team to reap the Withered Ruins pioneering benefits. Never did they expect to meet such a troublesome existence here. Friend, if you are thinking of sneaking the purple gold treasure chest behind her, I advise you to give up, Southern Tiger said when he noticed S.H.I. plus Feng staring at the treasure chest situated behind the Realm Lord. Smiling, he explained that treasure chest's defensive magic array is tied with the boss. You can't get the treasure chest if you don't kill the boss. The purple gold treasure chest behind Tyrion naturally tempted Southern Tiger. However, after attempting to acquire it a few times, he found that the treasure chest's defensive magic array was linked with the boss's HP. So long as the boss remained alive, the defensive magic array would have an inexhaustible supply of energy powering it. Thus, his previous attempts to distract the boss and steal the treasure chest ended up failing. Just when Southern Tiger was trying to further dissuade S.H.I. plus Feng from giving up on the treasure chest, S.H.I. plus Feng suddenly said, "Just kill the boss and take the treasure chest, then." Chapter 23, Tier 3 Sword King. Chapter 23, Tier 3 Sword King. S.H.I. plus Feng's words rendered Southern Tiger speechless. As for Moonrain, who stood nearby, she rolled her eyes and cast a scornful gaze at S.H.I. plus Feng, her eyes seemingly saying, "Thank you for stating the obvious. Friend, it's not that we don't want to kill the boss. It's just that this boss simply isn't something we can kill at this stage of the game. We'll need at least a Tier 4 metric tons to tank it, Southern Tiger patiently explained. Moreover, even if we do have a tier 4 metric tons to keep the boss distracted right now, it'll still be very challenging to kill this boss with our current DPS. The other members of Soulfire repeatedly nodded to Southern Tiger's words. Every Soulfire member present was a veteran player who had played D's domain for at least 7 years, so they couldn't be more familiar with the strategies used to hunt wild bosses. While it might seem like players could raid any bosses so long as they could survive the boss's attacks, that wasn't entirely true. An example of an exception would be Tyrion. Despite being a level 100 mythic boss, it had HP Serpa, Sing even level 130 mythic bosses. It was no exaggeration to say that Tyrion had the highest HP out of all the level 100 mythic bosses they had seen thus far. Meanwhile, with this much HP, Tyrion could recover 120 million HP every 5 seconds simply by relying on its 2% battle recovery. If a team was incapable of outputting at least 24 million damage per second, it'd be impossible to defeat Tyrion. However, it should be known that due to the miniature Ancient Worlds restrictions, even the peak experts of super guilds could only bring a full set of level 100 epic equipment with them. They couldn't bring any fragmented legendary items or higher. With only epic weapons and equipment, a peak expert would be fortunate to even cause 500,000 damage per second to an ordinary mythic monster, let alone a mythic monster with the Realm Lord Tli. Moreover, this DPS was calculated based on the assumption that the boss wouldn't dodge or block any attacks. After factoring in these situations, the realistic DPS would need to be halved or more. In other words, only if a 200-man team was composed entirely out of super guild level peak experts and fully geared in epic weapons and equipment would the team have a chance at killing Tyrion. Trying to raid Tyrion with anything less would be nothing but folly. After hearing Southern Tiger's explanation, Wu Lingling and the other students inwardly expressed their agreement as well. Although they were unfamiliar with raiding mythic bosses, they still knew that the current problem they faced wasn't a lack of combat standards. Instead, it was a matter of their lacking equipment standards and basic attributes. Tyrion simply wasn't a boss they could topple simply by having good techniques and strategies. Meanwhile, after hearing Southern Tiger's explanation, Plus Fong also nodded in agreement. Then he turned to look at Tyrion and said, "The concerns you've stated are indeed problematic. However, I have a special method to make up for our lacking DPS. The only problem is whether we have a sufficiently good MT to contain this boss. In D's domain, Realm Lords were not existences that ordinary teams could challenge without having a significant advantage in levels. Firstly, it was because Realm Lords possessed great destructive power. Ordinary teams would have difficulty finding an expert capable of tanking a Realm Lord's powerful attacks. Secondly, it was because Realm Lords possessed Astonies, plussing HP and defense. These two factors combined were more than enough to deter any ordinary team from challenging a Realm Lord. However, these two factors still weren't the most crucial problem. Instead, what made Realm Lords tricky opponents was their mana domains. Not only could they gather dense mana to strengthen their defense, but they could also use this gathered mana to enhance their destructive power. Meanwhile, there were only two solutions to a Realm Lord's mana domain. The first solution was for players to have extraordinary basic attributes and destructive power. The second solution was to destroy the Realm Lord's mana domain, which would, in turn, reduce the Realm Lord's raid difficulty. Only the latter of the two methods was much more difficult to achieve. Are you serious, friend? Do you really have a way to raid this boss? Southern Tiger eagerly asked when he heard Plus Feng's words. That's 6 billion HP we are talking about. Even a 1,000-man team of experts will have trouble toppling such an HP as the Realm Lord of a level 100 L mode regional dungeon. Tyrion was undoubtedly an invincible existence to the current players in the miniature ancient world. If they could successfully raid Tyrion, setting aside the potential rewards, just the fame they could obtain would instantly put them in the spotlight of the entire Hundred Flow City. At this time, even Moonrain couldn't help but take a second look at S.H.I. plus Foam, her eyes filled with surprise and suspicion. Previously, when Southern Tiger told her that S.H.I. plus Foam might be a great expert capable of rivaling Soulfire's honorary elder Blue Smile, she had more or less been skeptical about his judgment. However, after hearing the words S.H.I. plus Foam just uttered, she was certain that S.H.I. plus Foam wasn't a mighty expert. After all, what S.H.I. plus Foam had just said was simply ludicrous. Anyone with even a bit of knowledge regarding realm lords would find his words laughable. Rather than a powerful expert, Moonrain felt that S.H.I. plus Foam was more likely to be a scammer. Now that people worldwide had already acknowledged D's domain as the second world for humans, the status players held in D's domain had become just as important as the status they held in the real world. Meanwhile, because of the Soulfire adventurer teams standing in D's domain, countless people sought to befriend Soulfire's executives. Among these people, many would boast about their ability to accomplish amazing feats just to attract attention to themselves and create the illusion that they were powerful experts. However, when these people were asked to put their words into action, they would back away and start making all sorts of excuses for their inability. In Moonrain's opinion, S.H.I. plus Foam was no different than these people. Thinking up to this point, Moonrain suddenly smiled and looked at S.H.I. plus Foam, saying, "Since you think we can raid the boss, why don't we cooperate? We have many capable MTs here. So long as we can raid this boss, we'll split the loot 30:70. You'll take 70 while we'll take 30. You can treat it as us doing work for you. What do you think?" Upon hearing Moonrain's words, the other Soulfire members present couldn't help but look at her in confusion. Soulfire was a top adventurer team in D's domain. Typically, when Soulfire raided bosses for others, Soulfire would get at least half of the boss's loot. After all, raiding a boss came with significant risks. It was especially true for wild bosses. Even if players could get resurrected by healers, they would still lose a significant portion of their EXP. Thus, Soulfire's standard practice was to split the loot evenly with the employer. At most, the employer would have priority pick over the loot. Although their team was indeed desperate to raid Tyrion, giving away 70% of the boss's loot was still a little too much. After all, they had 200 players on their side, whereas S.H.I. plus Foam only had 31 players on his side. Not to mention, 30 of these 31 players were students. Anyone could tell that their team would be the one doing the bulk of the work. However, despite their confusion, everyone on Soulfire's team simply kept their opinions to themselves. Moonrain was the team's second in command. After all, while the decision she made was a little surprising, it wasn't entirely unreasonable. In such a situation, even Southern Tiger couldn't casually refute her without offering a better solution. At this time, even Wu Lingling and the other students couldn't help but look at Moonrain in surprise. Although they were unfamiliar with raiding mythic bosses, they knew that employing the services of a top adventurer team like Soulfire shouldn't be so cheap. A 30:70 split, with Soulfire taking the smaller share, would be an unimaginable price in the outside world. Not to mention, Soulfire's services weren't something just anyone could ask for. One would typically have to put a hefty down payment to get Soulfire to move. Moreover, This down payment would not be returned regardless of the task's success. Yet now, a team from Soulfire was taking the initiative to seek cooperation. It was simply unbelievable. Excited over the situation, Wu Lingling and the others turned to look at S.H.I. plus Feng with expectant gazes. I'm sorry, but I cannot agree to your offer. S.H.I. plus Feng flatly rejected Moonrain's offer, contrary to everyone's expectations. Then, just when Moonrain was about to laugh and say something, S.H.I. plus Feng added, a 30:70 split is too small. If we are to cooperate, it'll have to be a 10 hours, 90 minutes split at the very least. A 10 hours, 90 minutes split. Upon hearing S.H.I. plus Feng's words, Moonrain retracted her laughter and angrily glared at S.H.I. plus Feng. Then in a sharp tone, she said, "Who do you think you are? On what basis are you asking for such a price? Why don't you rob us instead?" Meanwhile, just when the other Soulfire members were about to nod in agreement with Moonrain's words, S.H.I. plus Feng calmly said, "On the basis that I am a Tier 3 Sword King with a mana domain." Immediately after S.H.I. plus Feng finished speaking, S.P.A.C. around S.H.I. plus Feng suddenly warped, and everyone from Soulfire felt their bodies becoming extremely heavy. Chapter 24, Beyond Epic. Chapter 24, Beyond Epic. How is this possible? What a powerful mana domain. When Soulfire's members felt the frozen S.P.A.C. and mist-like mana around them, they couldn't help but turn to look at S.H.I. plus Feng in shock. Moonrain, in particular, was utterly dumbfounded by this situation. The words she had originally prepared to say vanished. H.I. plusing without a trace. Meanwhile, standing behind S.H.I. plus Feng, Wu Lingling and the others revealed faintly smug and prideful expressions on their faces. In G.O.D's domain, although players capable of casting mana domains weren't as rare as a phoenix's feather, they were still very rare existences. Typically, one would only start seeing players with mana domains more frequently after reaching Tier 5. Even then, only 1 or 2 out of 10 Tier 5 players would be capable of casting a mana domain. Moreover, most of them were magical CLAs players. Meanwhile, Tier 5 players were apex existences in G.O.D's domain. They would be considered big shots even in the various super guilds. Thus, S.H.I. plus Feng's ability to cast a mana domain at Tier 3 was practically legendary in G.O.D's domain. According to rumors, only G.O.D's domain's Tier 6 G.O.D ranked experts were capable of such a feat. "Miss Moon, may I know if I am qualified now?" S.H.I. plus Feng calmly asked as he looked at Moonrain's frozen expression. There was no hint of anger or print in his voice as he spoke. It sounded as if he was merely bringing up an insignificant matter. However, when Moonrain snapped out of her daze, she couldn't help but be at a loss for words, an said expression on her face. This was because S.H.I. plus Feng's words had put her in a bind. Even if she admitted that S.H.I. plus Feng was qualified with her status as Southern Tiger's vice captain, she did not have the authority to offer the 10 hours, 90 minutes split price S.H.I. plus Feng was asking for. Yet if she said that S.H.I. plus Feng was unqualified and her higher-ups learned of her actions, she would probably have to kiss her position as vice captain goodbye. After all, an expert capable of casting a mana domain at Tier 3 was not an existence Soulfire would dare to casually offend. Just when Moonrain was contemplating how she should answer S.H.I. plus Feng, a thick voice rang in everyone's ears. "Yes, of course you are qualified, Brother Blackflame," Southern Tiger said with a friendly smile on his face. I can agree on Soulfire's behalf to cooperate with you, Brother Black Flame. Captain, Moonrain was surprised when she heard Southern Tiger's words. This was definitely the first time since Soulfire's establishment that they had accepted a 10 hours, 90 minutes split. Even when they partnered with the Super Guild previously, they had only offered the Super Guild a 20 hours, 80 minutes split. Moreover, that was mainly because Soulfire only played a supporting role in the job. However, they were clearly going to be the main contributors to the Tyrian raid. They bore significant risk, yet all they would get for their efforts was merely 10% of the loot. If news of this spread, it would negatively affect the adventurer team's reputation. It wouldn't matter even if S.H.I. plus Foam was a Tier 3 Sword King who had a mana domain. It's fine. I know what I'm doing, Southern Tiger said, smiling. Have everyone get ready. I understand. Seeing Southern Tiger's expression, Moonrain had no choice but to prepare the team for the upcoming raid. Meanwhile, when Wu Lingling and the others saw this scene, they couldn't help but gape in shock. They actually agreed. I doubt even super guilds will get a 10 hours, 90 minutes split in such a situation, right? Originally, Wu Lingling and the others felt that it was unlikely for Soulfire to accept S.H.I. plus Feng's absurd demand. After all, accepting a 10 hours, 90 minutes split would be no different from working for free. It should be known that the average Tier 4 mythic bosses would only drop around 30 to 40 items, with only 3 or 4 of these items being actually useful. If Soulfire gave S.H.I. plus Foam 90% of Tyrion's loot, S.H.I. plus Foam would be taking all of the best items dropped. As for the remaining items, even if they were valuable, they probably couldn't hold a candle for the best items. Rather than take on such a thankless job, Soulfire would be better off killing a weaker boss. Not only would Soulfire gain a bigger harvest, but the risk it had to take would also be smaller. It was also because of this reason that players would typically split the loot evenly when cooperating to take down a powerful boss. Depending on the strength of the partic. 1p. Aiding forces, the loot division ratio might go down to 30 to 70. However, never would anyone accept a 10 hours, 90 minutes split. While Wu Lingling and the other students were having a hushed discussion among themselves, S.H.I. plus Fong suddenly turned to Southern Tiger and said, "Since you have agreed to my request, can you give me command over the team afterward?" Upon hearing S.H.I. plus Feng's words, Wu Lingling and the others immediately started growing nervous again. A team's commanding rights were crucial to a team. Whoever held these rights held the life and death of everyone on the team. Hence what S.H.I. plus Feng for was the right to manage the life and death of Soulfire's members. It might be fine under normal circumstances, but the various powers were desperately fighting to get a lead over each other in the miniature ancient world right now. If Southern Tiger's team ended up suffering a team wipe here, it would bring catastrophic to Soulfire. That won't be a problem, Southern Tiger said, nodding without hesitation. We'll leave everything to you, Brother Black Flame. Immediately after hearing Southern Tiger's response, Moonrain, who was issuing commands to the team, frowned and looked at Southern Tiger as if she was looking at a stranger. Eventually, unable to help herself, she quietly whispered to Southern Tiger, "Captain, isn't this a little too much? If he improperly commands us into a team wipe, whether intentionally or unintentionally, it'll ruin all of our plans in the miniature ancient world. Is this really worth it?" Soulfire had great ambitions for the miniature ancient world. Otherwise, the adventurer team wouldn't have sent Southern Tiger, a half-step Tier 5 expert, into the miniature world and had him restart his progress from Tier 3. Yet, now not only was Southern Tiger having their team of experts take on great risk to work as free labor for S.H.I. plus Fong, but he was even handing over the rights to command the team to S.H.I. plus Fong. What Southern Tiger was doing was no different than gambling all of Soulfire's investments in the miniature ancient world on SHI plus phone. Yes, Southern Tiger firmly answered. Yes. Hearing Southern Tiger's answer, Moonrain couldn't help but take another look at SHI plus phone, a confused look appearing on her face. While it was indeed amazing for someone to be capable of casting a mana domain at Tier 3, it wasn't so strange to see such people in the miniature ancient world. Anyone who was once an apex expert with a mana domain in the outside world could probably accomplish the same feat. After all, they were merely retraining their game characters. The experiences they had mulatted in the outside world remained. Meanwhile, seeing the confusion on his vice captain's face, Southern Tiger smiled and whispered, "You might not know this since you haven't reached the Tier 5 threshold yet, but his mana domain is different from the pseudo-mana domains you've seen those legendary experts cast when they were at Tier 3. His is a complete mana domain." A complete mana domain. Moonrain grew even more confused. What's the difference? In her recognition, a mana domain was a mana domain. It was something that allowed players to take control over the mana in the area surrounding them. At most, mana domains would differ in terms of strength. She had never heard of there being fake mana domains. Seeing that Moonrain did not believe him, Southern Tiger helplessly shook his head and said, "Of course there is a difference. It isn't a matter of a mana domain being weak or strong. If players wish to cast a complete mana domain, they need to satisfy two conditions." "What conditions?" Moonrain asked curiously. "The first condition is to be a Grandmaster Magician," Southern Tiger said. Then he turned to look at the distant SHI plus phone, a solemn expression appearing on his face as he continued. "The second condition is to construct a mana body beyond the epic rank at Tier 3. Chapter 25, Future Tier 6? Chapter 25, Future Tier 6? His mana body has reached beyond the epic rank." Moonrain was filled with an indescribable sense of shock when she heard Southern Tiger's explanation. Previously, in her opinion, SHI plus phone was merely a peak expert with some strength. Even if he could cast a mana domain at Tier 3, he should, at most, be a match for Soulfire's strongest combatant Blue Smile. While SHI plus phone indeed deserved Soulfire's respect for having such strength, he still wasn't at the level of being an existence Soulfire would fear. After all, Soulfire was one of the few top adventurer teams in G.O.D's domain. However, after hearing Southern Tiger's explanation, SHI plus Feng's value in Moonrain's eyes changed drastically. Before the miniature ancient world's introduction, most players and powers were unaware that apart from bronze, silver, and gold, a higher rank known as epic existed for mana bodies. However, constructing an epic mana body at Tier 3 was nigh impossible, and even Tier 5 experts who had the opportunity to construct an epic mana body had failed to do so. Meanwhile, according to the various superpowers investigation, every expert who managed to construct an epic mana body had eventually grown to become a Tier 6G, D-ranked expert without fail. Because of this, many powers and experts came to the miniature ancient world after its introduction into G.O.D's domain. Every one of these people was thinking of constructing an epic mana body and becoming a Tier 6G, D-ranked expert in the future. However, constructing an epic mana body was easier said than done. Even Southern Tiger, someone who was once a half-step Tier 5 expert, had failed to construct an epic mana body and could only settle for a gold mana body. Yet it was now revealed that SHI plus phone possessed an epic mana body. A future D-ranked expert, is it? When Moonrain looked at SHI plus phone slowly walking over to them, understanding and envy filled her eyes. Although Tier 6 G, O. D-ranked experts were regarded as G. O. D's domain's strongest combat power. Most Tier 6 experts operated very secretively. Under normal circumstances, even Tier 5 experts had difficulty meeting a Tier 6 expert. As for other players, meeting a Tier 6 expert was no different than winning a lottery. Meanwhile, an independent expert who had the potential to become a Tier 6G. O. D-ranked expert in the future was someone even super guilds would try to befriend, let alone Soulfire. Thus, Southern Tiger's previous behavior was completely reasonable. While Moonrain was immersed in her thoughts, S.H.I. plus Fong had also arrived before Southern Tiger and Moonrain. Looking at S.H.I. plus Fong, Southern Tiger smiled and asked, "Have you finished preparing on your side, Brother Black Flame?" "Yes," S.H.I. plus Fong nodded. Then, in a slightly awkward tone, he said, "All I'm missing now is the data of your members. Can I trouble you to show me everyone's data?" Honestly, even S.H.I. plus Fong wasn't 100% confident in taking down Tyrion. After all, the standard of his weapons, equipment, and skills was subpar at best. He was merely relying on his mana domain to weaken Tyrion and lower the raid difficulty. As for whether the raid could succeed, it would still depend on the team's overall standard. However, player data was private information. If someone had their player data exposed, it could potentially lead to them getting targeted by those with malicious intent. Hence, whether guild players or independent players, body would willingly share their player data unless they knew the other party could be trusted. As the commander for the upcoming raid, it was normal for S.H.I. plus Fong to ask for his team members' player data. However, to Soulfire's team, this was probably a very tall order to fulfill. This was also why player teams wouldn't casually pass S command over the team to an outsider. However, as soon as S.H.I. plus Fong finished speaking, Moonrain suddenly handed S.H.I. plus Fong a list and said, "This is a general list of the weapons and equipment our team members have. I can also give you a list of their skills and spells if you need it." Upon receiving the list of data, S.H.I. plus Fong couldn't help but look at Moonrain in slight surprise. He failed to understand why this woman, who previously expressed mild disgust toward him, would suddenly behave so cooperatively. However, he quickly pushed this thought to the back of his head and calmly nodded, saying, "Thanks. This much is enough." As S.H.I. plus Fong read through the provided player data one after another, Southern Tiger asked in a slightly proud tone, "What do you think of our team's standard, Brother Black Flame?" Southern Tiger was relatively confident in the team he led. While his team might be inferior to the various super guilds' frontline teams, it was top tier when placed among the various first-rate guilds' frontline teams. "Not bad," S.H.I. plus Fong said, nodding. According to the list, apart from Southern Tiger and Moonrain, who were armed to the teeth with epic weapons and equipment, the other team members were mainly geared in epic weapons and equipment as well. Moreover, these epic items were all custom-made by players. They had much higher compatibility with their users than epic weapons and equipment obtained through killing monsters. Although there was also a small minority of players geared in level 100 Dark Gold equipment, the gear they used was an incredibly rare, custom-made 8-piece Dark Gold set equipment. The effect of such a set was much better than 8 pieces of randomly matched epic equipment. Soulfire's team was definitely ranked at the top in the current 100 Flow city. Only the various super guilds teams could possibly beat it. "I'm relieved that you think so," Southern Tiger said, smiling. "Everyone in the team has magic scrolls and attribute potions allocated to them already. I'll leave you with command over the team now, Brother Black Flame." Subsequently, after receiving the rights to command Soulfire's team, S.H.I. plus Feng started inviting Soulfire's members to his team. Meanwhile, when Wu Lingling and the others saw this scene, they couldn't help but be surprised and excited. What? Instructor S. H. I. Plus is actually going to be commanding Soulfire's members. Instructor S. H. I. Plus is amazing. What kind of magic did he use? I doubt even our Academy's dean can receive such treatment. C.R.A.P. Is this for real? Not only do we get to raid a boss with Soulfire's members, but our instructor will even be the one commanding the team. People from the other SES will definitely think I'm crazy if I tell them about this. Originally, everyone had already been greatly shocked by the strength S.H.I. plus Feng displayed. This was especially true for the students who were still worried about S.H.I. plus Feng's capabilities as an instructor. After all, S.H.I. plus Feng was a dismissed guild leader from Shadow. He had no background or resources in G's domain whatsoever. While it was true that he could teach them many combat techniques, G's domain was a world that revolved around resources. Only by having better resources could one have a better time developing in G's domain. This had long since become common knowledge in G's domain. However, S.H.I. plus Feng had now shown that not only could he teach them combat techniques, but he had also shown that he had the strength to attract the interest of major powers such as the Soulfire Adventurer team. With such strength, there was no way he couldn't earn a bunch of resources. Meanwhile, after S.H.I. plus Feng took charge of Soulfire's members, he quickly split the team's MTs across 9 parties, each party having 2 MTs and 4 healers. Once the raid began, these 9 tank parties would take turns tanking the boss. As for everyone else, S.H.I. plus Feng merely told them to attack with everything they've got. Will everything really be all right, Captain? Moon Rain couldn't help but ask Southern Tiger after hearing S.H.I. plus Feng's strategy. Although she trusted Southern Tiger's judgment and understood that S.H.I. plus Feng was an expert who even super guilds would try to befriend, being a powerful expert, and a capable commander were 2 entirely different things. Bosses at the mythic rank or above would possess a certain degree of intelligence. If the commander of a team was incapable of making the right decisions at the right time during a boss raid, it could easily lead to severe casualties and possibly even a team wipe. Against a realm lord like Tyrion, they would need at least 4 Tier 3 MTs taking turns sharing the damage under normal circumstances. If they only sent 2 Tier 3 MTs to tank Tyrion's attacks, even if these MTs didn't get one-shot by the boss, the healers wouldn't be able to keep up with their healing. After all, the gap in basic attributes was too massive. Otherwise, they wouldn't have found it impossible to raid Tyrion previously. Probably. When Southern Tiger saw how S.H.I. plus Feng had arranged the team, he couldn't help but lose confidence in his judgment as well. While it was true that mana domains had a weakening effect against monsters, a mana domain cast by a Tier 3 player should have very little effect against a realm lord like Tyrion. Even after being subjected to the effects of S.H.I. plus Feng's mana domain, Tyrion would still be too strong for just 2 Tier 3 MTs to tank it. Probably. Moon Rain was rendered speechless when she heard Southern Tiger's uncertain tone. They had truly gotten themselves into trouble this time. Now, they could only hope that the partners, H.I. plus P this time would be enough to give S.H.I. plus Feng a good impression of Soulfire. That way, they would have an easier time explaining themselves to the other captains. While Southern Tiger and Moon Rain were discussing their chances of success, S.H.I. plus Feng said through the team chat, "All right, let's begin. First party, advance." Upon hearing S.H.I. plus Feng's command, the first party consisting of 2 level 100 Tier 3 Guardian Knights and their 4 accompanying healers promptly charged into the plaza. Then, as soon as the 2 Guardian Knights stepped into the plaza, Tyrion's eyes promptly snapped open. Immediately afterward, everyone present suddenly experienced a suffocating sensation. Even Southern Tiger, who stood 200 yards away, was no exception. He felt as if someone had just poured a bucket of ice-cold water onto him. "Not good. Run away quickly," Southern Tiger shouted. However, by the time Southern Tiger had finished speaking, Tyrion had already teleported and appeared in front of the 2 Guardian Knights. When everyone laid eyes on Tyrion's alluring figure and enchanting eyes, they momentarily found themselves mesmerized. However, this mesmerizing feeling only lasted for a moment, as everyone's attention was quickly drawn to the purple spear Tyrion had pulled out of thin air. Afterward, everyone felt as if an invisible mountain had just landed on them, their bodies becoming inexplicably heavy. "Die, intruders!" After uttering one simple sentence, Tyrion raised her spear into the air and summoned a purple light that instantly enveloped the entire plaza. Chapter 2952. Chapter 2952. Chapter 26. Sword G.O.D.? We're really in trouble now. Southern Tiger inwardly sighed when he looked at the purple glow spreading out from Tyrion. Previously, he thought that Tyrion was merely a realm lord with a special bloodline, which would explain her ridiculously high HP. Meanwhile, so long as they had S.H.I. plus Feng's mana domain, the difficulty of raiding Tyrion should be no different than that of an ordinary mythic boss. However, after seeing Tyrion taking action, Southern Tiger immediately realized that he had severely underestimated the Realm Lord. Rather than an ordinary mythic boss, Tyrion's strength was already on par with superior mythic monsters. Even on the main continent, superior mythic monsters were incredibly challenging opponents. This was because ordinary Tier 4 MTs were incapable of surviving the attacks of a superior mythic of the same level. A Tier 4 metric tons would need a fragmented legendary S.H.I. plus ELD at the very minimum to survive against a superior mythic. Now that their team was entirely composed of Tier 3 players, even if they had a mana domain supporting them, challenging Tyrion would still be suicidal. In fact, they wouldn't even be able to escape from Tyrion, let alone kill her. This was because every monster that reached the superior mythic rank or possessed strength rivaling superior mythics would have a mana domain. Meanwhile, in the face of a mana domain, all players below Tier 3 were nothing but ants. Players couldn't even last more than a hit within a superior mythic monster's mana domain. At this time, Southern Tiger wasn't the only person to realize the desperate situation. Moonrain and the other experts from Soulfire also fell into despair. This was because they understood that so long as Tyrion's mana domain enveloped them, only one outcome would await them: death. Yet, despite knowing this, none of them had the ability to resist. They could only watch as Tyrion's mana domain rapidly approached them. However, just when the purple glow was about to envelop the 2 Guardian Knights, who stood at the forefront of the team, a low shout suddenly entered everyone's ears. "Halt!" Immediately afterward, a gray mist rapidly spread from S.H.I. plus Feng's body and collided with the expanding purple glow. Then, as if hitting an immovable wall, the purple glow came to a grinding halt. It stopped. When Southern Tiger saw the clash between purple and red happening before him, he couldn't help but turn to look at S.H.I. plus Feng in surprise and confusion. Not all mana domains were equal in G.O.D's domain. Instead, the strength of mana domains varied based on the degree of control its user had over mana. Meanwhile, a superior mythic monster's mana domain was superior to even a mana domain cast by an actual Tier 4 player. This was because the quality of mana superior mythic monsters held in their body far Serpa S said that of Tier 4 players. Meanwhile, the greatest difference that separated Tier 4 players from Tier 3 players was the quality of the mana they possessed. It was utterly impossible for a Tier 3 player to Serpa S a Tier 4 player in this regard. So, logically, a Tier 3 player's mana domain should be inferior to a superior mythic's mana domain, even if said player's mana domain was a complete one. Yet, now, the mana domain S plus Phone Cast had managed to fight Tyrion's mana domain to a standstill. This situation had completely shattered Southern Tiger's knowledge of mana domains. However, at this time, Southern Tiger wasn't the only one feeling surprised and confused right now. Plus Phone, who was class plusing with Tyrion using his mana domain, was also surprised, though plus Feng's reason for being surprised was slightly different from Southern Tiger's. What powerful mana! I didn't think her mana would have completely liquidized. Already, is this the strength of a primordial archaic species? Plus Feng inwardly exclaimed as he looked at Tyrion. Thank goodness, my mana body has already reached the legendary rank. Otherwise, it would have been a disaster. In D's domain, the average Tier 4 mythic monster's mana would only take on a mist-like state. Even among superior mythic monsters, only a small portion would start condensing a portion of their mana into liquid. Yet, even though Tyrion wasn't at the superior mythic rank, she already possessed liquid mana. Apart from dragons and other apex races, Plus Feng had never seen other monsters capable of such a feat. Brother Black Flame. This boss's strength has far exceeded our initial expectations. Should we retreat and discuss a countermeasure for now? Southern Tiger asked Plus Feng through the team chat. Upon hearing Southern Tiger's question, the other members of Soulfire couldn't help but be rendered speechless. For a moment, they even wondered if the Southern Tiger in front of them was the captain they knew. They were already in such a precarious situation, yet Southern Tiger was still asking for Plus Feng's opinion on whether they should retreat. Of the Soulfire members present, only Moonrain was not too surprised by Southern Tiger's actions, though she still couldn't help but grow anxious as she waited for Plus Feng's answer. No, that won't be necessary. Plus Feng said as he glanced at Southern Tiger. Then he returned his gaze onto Tyrion and calmly said, Everyone, move according to plan. Not necessary? Southern Tiger was confused as he looked at Plus Feng's calm behavior. In the current situation, even a layman would understand that the raid was hopeless. Although Tyrion's mana domain was being kept in check now, the same could be said for Plus Feng's mana domain. Meanwhile, without a mana domain suppressing Tyrion, it'd be utterly impossible for their team to raid Tyrion. They simply didn't have the DPS to take her down. Continuing the raid would only lead to the team's annihilation. Plus Feng was an expert capable of casting a complete mana domain at Tier 3, so there was no way he wouldn't understand this. So, Southern Tiger couldn't understand why Plus Feng insisted they continue the raid. However, before Southern Tiger could make sense of Plus Feng's decision, he saw Plus Feng taking a step forward and instantly appearing within 100 yards of Tyrion. Then Plus Feng unsheathed one of his long swords and gathered mana around his blade. Break, Plus Feng shouted as he swung his sword at the SPAC before him. Suddenly, The gray mist that protected everyone from Tyrion's mana domain transformed into a sharp blade that slashed at the purple glow. Boom! Accompanied by the sound of an explosion, the purple glow dissipated, and the gray mist instantly enveloped Tyrion and the rest of the plaza. Subsequently, the frightening aura Tyrion radiated weakened drastically. Meanwhile, along with this unexpected development, the entire plaza fell silent, as if time had stopped. Tyrion's mana domain is gone. What did Instructor S.H.I. plus do? At this moment, whether it was S.H.I. plus Feng's students or Soulfire's experts, everyone gaped in shock as they looked at the gray mist that dominated the plaza. Specifically, they were shocked by the sudden disappearance of Tyrion's mana domain. Everyone present had watched videos of Apex experts with mana domains class H.I. plusing before. However, in these videos, even when a stronger mana domain clashed with a weaker mana domain, the weaker mana domain would only have its radius forcibly reduced. Never had they seen a mana domain completely dominating another mana domain. Yet, in a situation where his mana domain strength was equal to Tyrion's mana domain, S.H.I. plus Feng had managed to collapse Tyrion's mana domain. This situation had completely shattered everyone's understanding of mana domains. Domain transformation. He actually knows domain transformation. Southern Tiger was thunderstruck as he looked at the gray mist that dominated the plaza. Then he turned to look at S.H.I. plus Feng, a grave and confused expression appearing on his face as he muttered, "Who is he? Why is a sword G? Oh, D like him here. Domain transformation? Sword G. Oh, D?" Moonrain grew confused when he overheard Southern Tiger's mutterings. "What do you mean, Captain?" In response to Moonrain's question, Southern Tiger looked at her sternly and said, "There is no benefit in you knowing these things right now. All you need to know is that he is a sword G. Oh, D. Also, I need you to log off now and contact the head captain. Say that we found a nameless sword G. Oh, D, who's not affiliated with any power." Domain transformation. This was an unfamiliar term to most players in G. Oh, D's domain. Even among peak experts, only a very small minority knew about domain transformation, and Southern Tiger was one of the lucky few to know about it. Simply put, domain transformation was a technique that only experts who had achieved ultimate mastery over mana could use. In G, oh, D's domain, only Tier 6 G. Oh, D-ranked experts could touch upon the extremes of mana. To be precise, only players who have achieved ultimate mastery over mana could reach Tier 6. He's a sword G. Oh, D? How is this possible? Moonrain instinctively tried to refute Southern Tiger's words. After all, there should be no reason why a Tier 6 G, oh, D-ranked expert would come to the miniature ancient world. However, looking at the serious expression on Southern Tiger's face, Moonrain understood that what he said should be true. So, without asking for any additional explanation, she quickly said, "I understand." After saying so, Moonrain promptly logged out of the game, ignoring the fact that she would incur a harsh penalty from doing so. Chapter 27, Realm of GODS. Chapter 27, Realm of G. Oh, DS, why did the Vice Captain log off? What happened to Soulfire's Vice Captain? Is Soulfire planning to give up? The instant Moonrain logged off, everyone on the team received a notification indicating that she had logged out of the game. However, apart from Southern Tiger, everyone else couldn't help but be confused by this situation. It was especially true for Wu Lingling and the other students. Unity was crucial in a boss raid, although Wu Lingling and the others didn't know what kind of influence Moonrain held in Soulfire's team. As the vice team leader of Soulfire's team, her sudden disappearance definitely wouldn't benefit the team in any way. After all, Moonrain had chosen to leave the raid even at the cost of incurring the penalty for forcibly logging out of the game. This fact alone was more than enough to influence the team's mental state. If Soulfire's team were to suddenly withdraw from the raid, death would be the only outcome awaiting them. After all, Soulfire's team was the main fighting force in this raid, while their group of students was only here to act as mascots. However, before the situation could get out of hand, Southern Tiger suddenly turned to S.H. plus Fong and apologetically said, "I'm sorry, Brother Black Flame." Something urgent suddenly came up for Moonrain, so she needed to log off immediately to deal with it. However, her absence won't affect Soulfire's performance. Moreover, to express our apology, we will help you take down the boss at all costs. Soulfire won't take any of the loot, either. Help us take down the boss at all costs. Won't take any of the loot. Wu Lingling and the other students couldn't help but be dumbfounded when they heard Southern Tiger's words. They also felt that Southern Tiger was joking with them. While it was true that Moonrain's absence would affect the team's performance slightly, Southern Tiger, the de facto team leader of Soulfire's team, was still present. So long as Southern Tiger was still willing to let S.H.I. plus Fong have command over the team, none of Soulfire's members would dare have any objections against S.H.I. plus Fang's leaders. H.I. plus P. They were members of a top adventurer team. After all, even if they were dissatisfied with S.H.I. plus Fang's leaders, H.I. plus P, their honor and professional ethics prevented them from behaving excessively. However, it was a different story if Southern Tiger gave all of the boss's loot to S.H.I. plus Fong. No amount of professionalism would allow them to work for free while taking on a huge risk. Ever since G.O.D's domain became the second world for humans, many expert players had already bet their lives on G.O.D's domain. So, even ordinary experts would never work for free, let alone Soulfire's main force members, who were experts among experts. It seems this Southern Tiger isn't as simple as he seems. I didn't think he would notice. S.H.I. plus Fong was slightly surprised by Southern Tiger's actions. However, he did not show it on his face as he said, "Okay, I have no problem with that." Domain transformation was a technique that could only be accomplished by H.I. plusing the basic usage method of mana to its extremes. Meanwhile, this technique had an alias among those in the industry, Realm of G.O.D.S. The alias was used to refer to people who had reached the realm of G.O.D. ranked experts in terms of mana control. Only the people who knew about this name and its meaning numbered incredibly few. Typically, only those with close ties to G.O.D. ranked experts would know about these things. Meanwhile, judging by Southern Tiger's behavior, it was evident that he knew something about the realm of G.O.D.S. "Captain, isn't this too much? Even if we end up succeeding in this raid, we'll still end up with a loss." Many of Soulfire's members couldn't help but express their concerns when they heard Southern Tiger's decision. While Soulfire was indeed a top adventurer team, the treatment Soulfire's members received was far inferior to Guild's players. Not only did Soulfire's members not receive a basic salary, but the distribution of the items they acquired through raiding bosses was done through internal auctions. Thus, if Soulfire's members wished to earn money, they would have to place their hopes on raiding bosses, picking up personal commissions, or completing commissions signed by the adventurer team. It could be said that over 85% of their income relied on their own decisions. The adventurer team was only there to provide them with the opportunity to make money. Meanwhile, the reason why every one of them had paid a huge price to enter the miniature ancient world was so that they could hopefully make it big here. However, if they received no payment for helping in the Tyrian raid, it would cause them to miss out on many opportunities in the miniature ancient world later on. After looking at his teammates' anxious expressions, Southern Tiger calmly explained, "You don't need to worry about this. The adventurer team will compensate for all of your losses. Even if the adventurer team doesn't compensate you, I will fully compensate you myself." "Did you lose your mind, Captain?" "CR-8P. Who is that black flame?" Could that black flame be the heir of an international corporation? The Soulfire members present placed great trust in Southern Tiger's words. Since Southern Tiger had already said he would cover their losses, everyone naturally had nothing else to say. Even so, they couldn't help but wonder about S.H.I. plus Feng Zident. One tie. After all, even when the apex experts of super guilds came to Southern Tiger to commission a job, Southern Tiger had not given them such treatment. "All right, everyone, listen to Brother Black Flame's commands. Leave your discussions for later," Southern Tiger shouted when he saw his teammates whispering incessantly. Seeing that Southern Tiger was behaving seriously, the other Soulfire members promptly halted their discussions and encircled Tyrion as planned. Meanwhile, after Tyrion tried and failed to manipulate the mana around her several times, a look of confusion appeared on her face. Evidently, she did not expect to lose control over the mana surrounding her. Even so, Tyrion didn't dwell on the matter for too long as she promptly charged toward S.H.I. plus Feng, the person standing nearest to her. Seeing this, S.H.I. plus Feng immediately commanded, "Her attack is coming. You two knights, activate your divine protection and take the hit together. Also, use Justice Roar on the boss while you're at it." "No problem." The two Guardian Knights standing behind S.H.I. plus Feng responded and stepped forward simultaneously. Then they followed S.H.I. plus Feng's command and activated their strongest defensive skill, Divine Protection, as they entered a defensive stance. Not only did the skill reduce the damage they took by 60%, but it also mitigated impact forces by 90%. Meanwhile, the skill had a duration of 30 seconds and a cooldown of 5 minutes. Subsequently, when Tyrion was within 30 yards of S.H.I. plus Feng, one of the Guardian Knights started radiating a dazzling light as he let loose a deafening roar, his voice continuously echoing in Tyrion's mind and causing her intense pain. Now, Tyrion had no choice but to S.H.I. plus FT her attention to the Guardian Knight. Only by doing so would the pain subside. The next moment, Tyrion S.H.I. plus feeded her direction and charged for the two Guardian Knights, instead, her spear poised to strike. Meanwhile, even without the surrounding mana amplifying Tyrion's strength, Tyrion's aura was so intimidating that the two Guardian Knights even subconsciously raised their S.H.I. plus elds a little higher than usual. Boom! Accompanied by a loud boom, a frightening shockwave spread across the battlefield. Even those standing over 100 yards away felt their bodies shaking. As for the two Guardian Knights who received Tyrion's attack together, they stumbled 3 steps backward before they managed to stabilize their bodies. Their HPs had also fallen by more than 50%. They blocked it. Everyone widened their eyes in shock when they saw that the two Guardian Knights were still alive. Soulfire's various experts were especially dumbfounded. As veteran players in G.O.D's domain, they had challenged many powerful bosses before. So they could tell just how powerful Tyrion was when they felt her aura. The Realm Lord definitely wasn't an existence tier 3 players could contend against. Even if Tyrion was incapable of using her mana domain right now, she was still much stronger than the average mythic boss. Yet, the two Guardian Knights had stopped her attack. It's doable. This damage is well within the tolerance of our healers. Quick, heal those two back up. The boss is getting ready for another attack. When Soulfire's members saw that their two teammates' arms were only trembling slightly after receiving Tyrion's attack, they immediately grew ecstatic. In fact, they felt even more excited right now than when they saw S.H.I. plus Feng shattering Tyrion's mana domain. Meanwhile, out of everyone present, only S.H.I. plus Feng had reacted calmly to this outcome. What made Realm Lords powerful wasn't their above-average basic attributes. Instead, it was their ability to manipulate their surrounding mana to elevate the destructive power of their attacks. Now that Tyrion had lost that ability, even if she was a primordial archaic species, she was only slightly stronger than the average mythic boss. After all, unlike a true fallen angel, Tyrion did not possess extraordinary combat standards. If a Tier 3 metric tons was fully clad in custom-made epic equipment, tanking Tyrion's attacks would be no problem at all. Not to mention, Soulfire's MTs were frontline experts with high combat standards. Some of them were even refinement realm experts, so relying on techniques to mitigate a portion of a mythic boss's damage was child's play for them. Everyone start attacking the boss with everything you've got, S.H.I. plus Feng shouted when he saw that the two Guardian Knights had thoroughly secured Tyrion's aggro. Second party, get ready to step in as soon as divine protection is over. Everyone on the team had long since grown restless from watching. So upon hearing S.H.I. plus Feng's command, they promptly started bombarding Tyrion with all sorts of attacks. Tier 3 spell, Flame Explosion. Tier 3 skill, Anti-Magic Slash. H. Plus Tier 3 skill, Storm Arrow. Tier 3 skills and spells bombarded Tyrion one after another. Even though Tyrion had dodged and blocked a portion of the attacks, she still took over 100 attacks to her body. Meanwhile, without her mana domain to weaken the attacks, damages in the hundreds of thousands started appearing above her head one after another. The boss's HP is falling. Quick, everyone, increase your attacks. Someone shouted when they noticed Tyrion's HP falling gradually. Faced against the attacks of nearly 200 players, even Tyrion's battle recovery could not mitigate the damage she received. There's a chance. At this rate, we'll definitely be able to down the boss. Everyone grew even more excited when they saw Tyrion's HP falling steadily. The rotation of 9 tank parties plus Southern Tiger, who was capable of tanking Tyrion's attacks all by himself, created a perfect defensive cycle, as every MT had sufficient downtime to wait for their defensive skills to come off cooldown. Meanwhile, thanks to this perfect defensive cycle, everyone else on the team could focus solely on attacking. So long as no accidents happened, it would only be a matter of time before Tyrion fell. Initially, everyone had merely thought that they had a chance at taking down Tyrion. However, after the raid continued for some time, everyone already understood that they had a high likelihood of killing Tyrion, the Realm Lord of the Withered Ruins. Meanwhile, if that happened, they would become the first team to successfully raid a L-mode regional dungeons boss in the miniature ancient world. It should be known that this was the first kill of a L-mode regional dungeon. This achievement would get their names recorded on the totem outside the dungeon. Subsequently, as time passed, little by little, everyone on the team also grew more and more excited. After more than 4 hours of continuous combat, everyone was already reduced to a haggard state. Among S.H.I. plus Feng students, Wu Lingling's complexion even looked a little pale. Yet, despite this being the case, there was not the slightest sign of sluggishness in her movements. On the contrary, her movements had become even more fluid as she continuously simplified and stripped away her superfluous movements. The power of her skills also grew more and more powerful. Interesting. S.H.I. plus Feng also noticed the change in Wu Lingling's skills, and he couldn't help but be surprised. She's only half a step away from reaching the truth realm. However, S.H.I. Plus Feng didn't pay too much attention to Wu Lingling's improvement. Quickly, he returned his attention to Tyrion. Eventually, after nearly 5 hours of continuous battle, Tyrion finally collapsed under everyone's bombardment, her HP falling to 0. Chapter 28, God's First Appearance. Chapter 28, God's first appearance as Tyrion's unreconciled scream faded from the plaza. Silence suddenly enveloped the entire battlefield. Is she dead? Did we do it? Whether it was S.H.I. Plus Feng's students or Soulfire's members, everyone looked at Tyrion's motionless body on the ground. Antic. Pasian and apprehension filling their hearts. After hours of continuous combat, everyone had long since grown exhausted. They were merely holding on by virtue of their willpower. Meanwhile, as the boss of L-Mode Regional Dungeon, a Realm Lord, and a mythic-ranked primordial archaic species, there was no way Tyrion would fall so easily no matter how they looked at it. Not to mention, it wasn't unprecedented for powerful bosses to resurrect with full health after death. Many teams had suffered huge losses because they did not expect the bosses they raided to have such an ability. Thus, even if a boss in God's domain died, one couldn't simply write it off as dead. At this time, one of Soulfire's team leaders asked Southern Captain, "Captain, this boss should be fully dead, right?" As soon as this party leader posed his question, many of the other Soulfire members around him turned to look at Southern Tiger with curious gazes as well. Although they were all main force members of Soulfire, they were merely the adventurer team's 11th main force that Southern Tiger managed. When it came to raiding powerful bosses, they weren't as experienced as Southern Tiger. This was because Southern Tiger would often follow Soulfire's head captain on hunts for Tier 5 bosses. He had even fought against a Tier 5 dragon before. Met with everyone's expectant gazes, Southern Tiger was momentarily at a loss for words. Just as he was opening his mouth to say something, he suddenly closed his mouth again, a heavy expression appearing on his face as he noticed cracks appearing on Tyrion's body. Immediately afterward, streaks of dazzling purple light escaped from these cracks. Additionally, as the cracks on Tyrion's body increased in size and number, an indescribably powerful aura also spread out from Tyrion's body. This new aura was magnitudes stronger than Tyrion's original aura, and everyone felt as if they had just been put into a solid block of steel, their bodies becoming immobilized. No way! She really resurrected. This is cheating. How are we even supposed to beat her? Qin Wuchen and the others couldn't help but be dumbfounded by this situation. Even Wu Lingling, who had the toughest spirit out of S.H.I. Plus Feng students, couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile in this situation. With everyone's present conditions, they couldn't even beat Tyrion in her original state, let alone her strengthened state. Is this a primordial archaic species ability? At this time, even S.H.I. Plus Feng couldn't help but frown as he looked at Tyrion hovering in the air. Although he could still use his mana domain to suppress Tyrion, over half of the team already had their concentration pushed to their limits. Apart from stamina, the other hidden attribute that restricted players' bodies was concentration. If players had their concentration reduced to a certain level, even if they still had plenty of stamina to spare, they would still lose control over their bodies, becoming unable to lift even a finger. However, just when S.H.I. Plus Feng was pondering whether they should retreat, Tyrion suddenly exploded into a dazzling brilliance that enveloped the entire plaza, nay, the entire city. Despite the sky being dimly lit just a moment ago, it had now become as bright as day. A moment later, a dazzling figure had walked out of the epicenter of the light explosion. Then, a staircase made of light formed under this person's feet, and this person slowly walked down to the plaza. Meanwhile, this person was none other than Tyrion. Only at this time, her wings had already disappeared. Moreover, her expression was no longer the same as before. Rather than anger, her face now depicted indifference, her eyes containing neither joy nor sorrow. With each step Tyrion took down the staircase, everyone on the plaza could feel the pressure on their bodies increasing. By the time Tyrion had stepped onto the plaza, the intensity of her aura had also reached its peak, causing everyone but S.H.I. plus Fong and Southern Tiger to involuntarily collapse onto the ground. Divine might! How is this possible? Southern Tiger's eyes were filled with incredulity as he looked at Tyrion, his body doing its best to resist the mental pressure exerted by her frightening aura. Divine might! It was a name given to the auras radiated by G. O.D.S. in G. O.D.'s domain. It was an aura capable of making all creatures beneath Tier 6 submit and grow fearful. At this time, let alone Southern Tiger, even S.H.I. plus Fong couldn't help but be shocked. He never thought that the mythic-ranked Tyrion would be a Tier 6 G. O.D. Tier 6 G. O.D.S. were existences standing at the absolute apex of G. O.D.'s domain. Even a Tier 6 G. O.D. ranked expert would have no choice but to flee if they faced a Tier 6 G. O.D. in a one-on-one situation. At least a group of Tier 6 G. O.D. ranked experts would be needed to contend against such an existence. Meanwhile, such an existence had actually appeared in the miniature ancient world. Moreover, the location of her advent was merely a level 100 regional dungeon. As for the people on the ground, they too wore dumbfounded expressions on their faces. Although they couldn't move their bodies right now, they possessed a certain degree of understanding toward divine might. Moreover, seeing as Tyrion had managed to suppress them to such an extent using her aura alone proved that she could only be a Tier 6 G. O.D. and nothing else. A G. O.D. An actual Tier 6 G. O.D. Am I dreaming? Shock was the only thing present in everyone's minds right now as they looked at Tyrion. They were so shocked that even their previous despair and helplessness had disappeared. Tier 6 G. O.D.S. were practically myths in G. O.D.'s domain. Most players could only see a Tier 6 G. O.D. through the videos recorded by some Tier 6 G. O.D. ranked experts. Meanwhile, every time a Tier 6 G. O.D. appeared would also result in a great upheaval in G. O.D.'s domain. This was because apart from representing the apex of strength in G. O.D.'s domain, G. O.D.S. also represented the biggest opportunity players could find. However, among the fallen crowd, one person paid less attention to Tyrion and paid more attention to S.H.I. plus Fong. Meanwhile, this person was none other than Wu Lingling. Who exactly is Instructor S.H.I. plus? Confusion and curiosity filled Wu Lingling as she looked at S.H.I. plus Fong, who remained unperturbed in front of Tyrion. Logically, a Tier 6 G. O.D.'s divine might shouldn't be something Tier 3 players could withstand. Although resisting a G. O.D.'s divine might mainly depended on one's willpower, basic attributes still played an important role. Meanwhile, even a famous expert like Southern Tiger was barely keeping himself on his feet. Yet, S.H.I. plus Fong, whose basic attributes were vastly inferior to Southern Tiger, remained in his normal state. While Wu Lingling tried to make sense of S.H.I. plus Feng's composure, Tyrion also looked toward S.H.I. plus Fong, a hint of surprise appearing on her face. Interesting, Tyrion whispered under her breath, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly. Then she softly said to everyone present, I didn't think you mortals would dare trace S here and even defeat my doppelganger. Normally, I would have bequeathed you with eternal death, but I will spare you as an acknowledgement of your glory as the victors. You can also take this treasure chest as a reward for your efforts. However, should you step into this place again, you will be turned into dust forever." After saying so, Tyrion gently waved her hand, summoning a gigantic spatial rift above the plaza. Immediately afterward, a powerful suction force pulled everyone into the spatial rift, removing them from the plaza. Meanwhile, after S, H, I, plus Fong and the others had disappeared, Tyrion looked up into the sky. Specifically, she was looking at the place beyond the sky. "Has the time finally come?" Tyrion silently whispered a sentence before disappearing from the plaza as well. At the same time as Tyrion vanished from the plaza, the outside of the withered ruins had also exploded with commotion.